Thank you.
Honoring the first responders who lost their lives in that point in the ceremony there. So certainly a somber day on a number of levels here as we commemorate that 24th anniversary, and also learning more about this shooting. We talked about it just a couple of minutes ago. The gunman still on the loose. They believe that they have good video footage of that gunman. They also, investigators say, believe they have recovered the gun that was used in the shooting. And so joining us live now to talk about this investigation is James Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator. And James, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good to be with you, Garrett.
Jamie, are you surprised at all that they have not, that investigators have not been able to track down this gunman yet?
I am, and I'm not. And let me qualify as to my answer. We know that FBI recovered the weapon. They've recovered a palm print. Now, we don't know if it was from the weapon or the building that he climbed up and down from, but I think the FBI certainly knows a lot more than what they're telling the public, obviously for the integrity of the investigation and not to potentially make that suspect run further or hide further than what he's already ran.
Yeah, one of the things is they said they have really good video surveillance that shows this suspect, but they're not releasing it right now. Why would they withhold that?
Well, number one, I would tend to believe that, number one, there's no threat to the community based on the FBI is not releasing that information or that photograph or the video. But number two, they may be doing some digital work in the background to try to identify him, to get a clear ID as to who this person is. We heard the presser earlier today, and they said the video was amazing in terms of the quality of the video. So they said they had an excellent screenshot of the shooter. So I can assure you that Quantico is busy in overtime trying to develop facial recognition and et cetera to identify that suspect, if they don't already have him identified.
Hey, how's that New Year's resolution going?
What are you talking about?
You know, that YouTube channel you say you're gonna start?
Well, yeah.
Do you think they may be farther along in this than they're letting on to the public?
I mean, I would certainly be guessing, Garrett, but my thought process based on everything they have up to date that they've released publicly, right? We don't know what they have that they haven't released. I would tend to believe through cell phone data, metadata, and other forensic data that they've collected, they probably have a pretty good idea as to who the shooter's identity is. But it's just a guess. You know, the FBI sounded very confident in the evidence that they've collected thus far, sharing it with the public. So I would tend to guess they're a lot further along than what they're releasing.
They also talked about a high-powered bolt-action rifle that was recovered in the woods nearby. I want to ask you a couple things about that. And first of all, you know, what that might tell us, because we know this was a shot that was taken from quite a ways away.
Yeah, I mean, a bolt action would be it would be synonymous with a 308 caliber, a hunting rifle, a long range weapon, right? I'm hearing anywhere from 170 to 200 yards away that shot was taken. We've seen the graphics of where the building is as relation to where Charlie Kirk was sitting. So it was a very long shot. I will tell you, just as a former hunter and former law enforcement official, that was a very well placed shot, in my opinion, because he hit the target, right? So, you know, what I would caution people, I'm hearing on social media that it was a professional hit, that maybe foreign actor states are involved. We need to hold back on that, because if you're an avid hunter and you're out practicing and you have the right equipment, you certainly could make that shot from 200 yards.
What will investigators be doing, or what have they been doing specifically with that weapon and trying to learn from it?
I mean, 101 police work, you're going to go run the serial number of the firearm with ATF and find out the history of that weapon. You know, we've learned in past scenarios, such as Butler, PA, for the, you know, the now current president of the United States, that weapon was traced back to the family of the shooter. So let's hope that, you know, the ATF puts their work into progress. They trace the firearm, because they're very stringent on firearms. But here's the caveat to that, Garrett. if that gun was stolen or if it was bought illegally, it may not be traced back to the actual shooter for Charlie Kirk. So that would be one phase of it. What I'm more keen on are the fingerprints, or the palm print in this case, that they were able to recover. Prints are left everywhere. So there's a good chance that they're possibly going to identify the shooter based on that palm print, if that palm print is of good quality.
We know that, from what investigators said today, they don't believe, with this being a targeted attack, they certainly don't believe anyone else, in that community is in danger. But still, kind of concerning to think about this gunman committing such a brazen and heinous act to still be out there, coming up on 24 hours.
Here's a telltale sign, and the telegraph by the FBI tells me that they have a pretty good idea who the shooter is. They certainly have a good photograph or video of the shooter. They're not releasing that photograph or video to the public, which kind of instills to me they've got a handle on it, because the first thing you were thinking was, are they a threat in the community? And I would say that if there is a current threat to the community and they had no clue as to who the shooter is, they would release some type of composite to be on the lookout for, right? And we're not seeing that. So that kind of telegraphs to me they know a lot more than what they're releasing. And obviously they came out this morning, so there's no threat to the community. So that's kind of a telegraph by the FBI if you listen to what they said.
Well, and we know a couple of persons of interest had initially kind of been taken into custody and then released. What is that process like? In the aftermath of something like this, I would imagine there's chaos to begin with, a scramble, second of all, and just kind of walk me through, what that process would be like, and pulling in those persons of interest and questioning them, only to kind of realize, well, they weren't the ones we were looking for after all.
I mean, you have a crowd of 3,000 people at this event, and something stood out to either an eyewitness or one of the security apparatuses that were on scene that made them target both of these individuals. So it could be an eyewitness, it could be someone from the security team from Charlie Kirk. Team, or it could have been one of the law enforcement officers that saw something that just didn't look right. And keep in mind, this is an active shooter situation, so you run towards the target. So if there's something that doesn't look right, or that subject happened to look like a suspect or the shooter, you're certainly going to take action to stop any further damage, right? And then obviously you go through and you vet that person out once they have him detained, and we saw that in both cases. They detained both individuals, vetted them out through the process of whatever that process is, and couldn't tie them to the shooting. So they have been, maybe there were some gunshot residue tests that were taken of their hands, perhaps cell phone video footage that they saw that cleared these two individuals, but they would have to detain anyone that's a suspect in that shooting.
We know Charlie Kirk. This was the first stop of his new tour, where he has been doing this for years, going around to a lot of college campuses and other places, holding debates like this and events. And sometimes it does bring a controversy, sometimes a pushback and protesters and that kind of thing. Can you kind of walk us through what it would be like trying to ensure security for something like this, and the difficulties too with this one being outdoors in what appears to be like an amphitheater? And I'm just curious, some of your thoughts on that, and what all would go into that.
Moving forward, I don't want to sit here and be a Monday morning quarterback and chastise anyone for lack of security, but I think they were a lack of security. And I think if we learn anything from the Butler, PA shooting and this shooting, is these security officials that are providing security details for these dignitaries, they have got to do better. The outside arenas, we remember that when former President Trump was running for president, they moved those rallies to indoors. The Secret Service just didn't feel confident outdoors. So, perhaps maybe these these private individuals that are holding these rallies, they need to look at indoor facilities and venues rather than the outdoor setting, because there are buildings everywhere, Garrett. Um, I don't know this 100%, but I'm being told that they were an 8-member security team for Charlie Kirk on the private side, and they had about 12 police officers from the local sheriff's office. For 3,000 people, that's just not enough security, in my opinion.
You talked about some of the other political violence that we've seen. We certainly know the political temperatures pretty hot right now, rising political tensions. With that being said, do you think we will see more precautions taken, more steps, like you said, maybe fewer outdoor events? What do you think we will see from this, or should see from this, as we unfortunately continue to see more and more events, and sadly, it seems more frequently?
I was asked that question this morning on a radio show I did, and I hate to throw up my hands and say I don't know, but I don't know. But here's what I do know, and you touched on it. We have got to be smarter. The security apparatus have got to be smarter in hardening up these soft targets, as we've seen in the Charlie Kirk event. The president was chastised before, while he was running for president, for moving those rallies indoor. That was of the urging of the United States Secret Service, because they couldn't cover the outdoor events. So I think they need to double up on the security. I'm also going to put a little bit on the Secret Service for these high-profile rallies. We need to have our local fusion centers more involved with incoming intelligence and threat assessments leading up to those events, because, Garrett, you can go on social media right now and you're going to find the rhetoric on both sides, and someone's always chatting. But someone needs to track that rhetoric and actually vet it out, whether it poses a threat or it doesn't pose a threat, before these events are held. It's a lot of work, and they're understaffed, but we've got to do something to harden up these targets.
Well, and probably an increasingly blurred line when it comes to trying to parse that out as well.
I mean, it is. The men and women that are housed in these fusion units throughout the U.S., it's an intelligence gathering apparatus, right? We don't know. It's too early in the investigation, but are we going to find out this shooter also had a ledger of events? Did he cry out on social media? Did he cry out to family or friends? We don't know that yet, but we've certainly seen that in the past. But it comes right back down to you and I and the citizens. If you see something that doesn't look right on an individual, stop worrying about making the call. Step up and make the call, because you may save one of these shootings. We just don't know, right? So if you see something, say something, but take action as well. Call the authorities.
Back to the investigation here, and what will you be looking for to see as hopefully the walls will start closing in on whoever this gunman was. But what's going to be happening? Just kind of take us through the next few hours. What's going to be happening, and what we should be watching for as we await some news.
Well, I can assure you the analysts at Quantica are working overtime with metadata. They're working with cell phone data. Everyone has a cell phone. So unfortunately, that takes time to crunch the numbers to figure out, okay, does this signal from the cell phone, does that look suspicious? Then you have to run that person down to either clear or vet that person out, right? Forensics is going to be huge in this case. Like I said, the palm print, it fits of quality use. There's a good chance, I would say over a 99% chance, your suspect's going to be identified through that palm print. And then, they're going to trace that palm print to the individual to the video, and it becomes then a manhunt. So, like I said earlier, I think they have a good grasp on who the shooter is, and hopefully they're surrounding him with a wall, and maybe even surveilling a person of interest in this case would be my best hope.
All right, James Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
So that is great because when the dew points are in the mid 70s, as they've been just about all summer, it's that
act of violence on Wednesday from that deadly shooting is just the latest example of that violence rooted in political motivation. Now, you may recall just last year, the president was shot during a rally near Butler, Pennsylvania, and 2 months later in September, a man was found hiding in bushes with a rifle while President Trump was golfing in West Palm Beach. Less than 3 months ago, in June of this year, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were shot and killed in their home on the same day that Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were also shot in their home. Now, after Charlie Kirk was horrifically killed on a Utah college campus, people are reacting to his death and how he will be remembered.
I think it will cause some type of fear or anxiety, but it might just light the fire under more people to come together and realize that opinions don't have to polarize us and ideas can't set a division between us.
He adds that Charlie Kirk brought people together with opposing viewpoints and says he hopes that those events don't end because of his tragic death. Now, coming up throughout the morning here on Good Day Orlando, we'll have more local reaction to those responding to the death of Charlie Kirk.
And Amanda was kind of gave us a list, a growing list of political violence that we have seen in our country. I want to bring in Dr. Larry J. Walker, who is a political analyst and an associate professor at UCF. Dr. Walker, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Dr. Walker, obviously right now with the gunman still on the run, we don't necessarily know what their motivations exactly might have been, but given the target in this case, hard to imagine that this was not a politically motivated attack.
Yeah, the shooting yesterday certainly suggests that, as you did note, that, I watched a press conference with Utah authorities this morning. They haven't found the gunman, and so obviously when they find the gunman, we'll get a lot more information about what his motives were. But obviously we talked about, we just saw in the previous segment in terms of in the last couple of months, the number of shootings of individuals who were politicians or in the political sphere, so to speak. And so
I've been riding this trail a long time. I remember when agents...
This trend continue, or do, various policymakers from different backgrounds and pundits, et cetera, come together and ask people to calm down? Because this country has a history of some political violence. Medgar Evers, Abraham Lincoln, JFK, I could go on and on. So it's going to be really important to tone down some of the dangerous rhetoric to make sure that Americans feel safe.
Why do you think now it seems like we are seeing this kind of ramp up and seeing more of these attacks just in the past year, even?
I think it's just the times we live in. And as I noticed some of the historical figures, we've had periods like this in the 1960s in particular, where we've had various individuals. I certainly remember probably the one most well known in 1968, Dr. King, and his assassination. So we've seen these kind of assassinations ebb and flow throughout U.S. history. Let's recall that Ronald Reagan was almost assassinated. He survived. So we've seen, unfortunately, this kind of violence in the past. So like I said, the question really is, what happens in terms of the country moving forward.
Yeah, when we see those periods, you bring up the '60s, and not only Martin Luther King, but John F. Kennedy in the '60s, Robert F. Kennedy in the '60s. I mean, that was certainly a time that was fraught with some of those similar tensions. How do we get out of that, and where do we turn now to kind of break this cycle and this, like you said, trend that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, and I'm going to go to, as use an example, one individual we just talked about, that was Dr. King. Everyone's very aware of his position on nonviolence, and keep in mind he spent most of his adult life up until his assassination, dealing with a number of death threats and one other unsuccessful attempt on his life prior to 1968. So, and like I said, using him as an example in terms of finding, a way to find common ground on some issues to make sure that the United States continues to thrive and that we don't see an increase in these kind of events.
We hear a lot of people say, well, things have gotten so far out of hand, it seems like we can't agree on anything now, and people may be concerned that there's no kind of turning back from this. Given these lessons in history, do you think that should give us hope that there is a path out from this?
Yeah, I do think there's a path out from this. We talked about the '60s, and obviously there also the end of Jim Crow in the United States. Was able, some people might say, steady itself a bit. But we, to be honest with you, in the direction where things are happening, we don't have a choice but to reverse course, because, like I said, this very turbulent waters right now. And it's going to be really important for policymakers, individuals that they're nationally recognized, to let people know that we need to find a way not to continue down the path. And like I said, we've highlighted just a couple of examples over the last couple of months of prominent individuals being nearly assassinated or assassinated. So the question is, for Americans overall, what does the path forward look like?
And how do what do we need to see from political leaders? Obviously this is something that I think falls on all of us as far as taking responsibility, in our own ways for to try to dial down the rhetoric and try to find the common ground and that kind of thing. But what should we see from our political leaders, and what should we aspire to see from them to kind of set that example at either the local, state, or federal level that we can follow in politics?
Yeah, so I'm a former congressional staffer and live in D.C., so that's where we look to. We're going to look to D.C. leaders on both sides of the aisle, to D.C. to kind of quell some of the like some of the rhetoric we're seeing. And we talked about the incident yesterday and a couple months ago, and what happened to President Trump. So we have to look to elected officials to figure out how do we avoid more of these incidents in the future. Because the thing is that not only in terms of how it impacts those individuals, but also how it impacts those individuals' families. And so we cannot allow this to multiply over the next couple months, couple of years. Because once again, we know from his history, U.S. history, that when that happens, that it could be big, a bit like, if you're on the beach and then you see that, a large body of water headed towards you and you feel hopeless. So, but we can't allow that to happen. And, obviously, certainly fall back on some of the democratic democratic principles in terms of what it means to, live in this country and feel safe.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for that, because we've I don't remember who it was who I heard say this yesterday, but basically saying this political violence like we're seeing, every time we have an incident like this, that's another hit on our democracy. And what do we lose? In a country like ours that is based on free speech and debate, and having these ideas and hashing them out, and a representative republic and a democracy. What do we lose when we are at a point that we're seeing political violence more and more over disagreements, instead of being able to converse and debate these in a policy, the political arena?
Yeah. So, and another really important and critical question. I think this is a question that the country has struggled and debated with the last, since its inception. And it does. There are a lot of questions about what it means for free speech and what it means in a democracy. People have a variety of views, and to avoid those views in a connection with some rhetoric contributing to violence. But I think the other thing about it is that compared to other countries in the world, I think the context is important. We're still a young democracy, and the United States and and citizens are still learning what it means to live in a society where people have differing views, but at the same time have the same aim to make sure that the republic is healthy, and once again, like I said, people feel safe, and we continue to do the things that are necessary to make sure the country continues to grow.
What's the bottom line here, Dr. Walker?
I think the bottom line is that we have to temper the rhetoric. And like I said, I worked on Capitol Hill, and I've been on times when the rhetoric has been hot like it is now, and it's people going to look to leaders in D.C. and other capitals throughout the United States for guidance. And today, and right now, as I said, Dr. King, in terms of his approach to life, I think it's a good example of how we need to move forward.
All right, Dr. Larry Walker, political analyst and UCF associate professor. We appreciate you joining us and sharing your perspective with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
That were on the plane that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But then, of course, the first responders who responded and were going into the burning buildings, many of whom were there when the buildings collapsed, and so they died. And it's obviously very important to recognize that. But you had a lot of people who were on the ground that day saving lives, who were on the rubble day after day after that, trying to recover, trying to see if anyone survived, just making sure we could account for everybody. And they did that, and they did that for quite a while, and that's taken a huge toll on them. There's been many that have died in the years since as a result of what they did that day and in the ensuing days. There's others, first responders, who are still suffering from very significant afflictions as a result of their service on that day. So all in, you're looking at way more than 3,000 people as a result of that terrorist attack on 9/11. And I know we've got some folks that have since relocated to Florida who are battling different types of illnesses as it relates to that day and their service after. And just know, this day is a day to also thank them for what they did, and just express sympathy for what they're still going through, because it's been very difficult for a lot of people and a lot of families. One of the things that I, wrestle with just as governor, I was in my early 20s when 9/11 happened. So that was probably the foremost experience in terms of our country in my lifetime. I remember as a kid when the Challenger exploded in 1986, especially in Florida. We would watch to see it go up, and it was a really significant tragedy. I kind of had a sense that some things were happening when the Berlin Wall fell and when the Soviet Union expired, but nothing rivaled what happened on 9/11. It changed the trajectory of my life. I mean, I probably would not have become a naval officer had that not happened. And I know it changed the trajectory of so many others' lives. But I think about my kids, kindergarten, second grade, third grade. They have no concept of anything with 9/11. You look at people that are in high school now, just left to their own device, not going to have much of a sense of that. So I'm very proud that we have worked here in Florida, and I think we were the first state, and I don't know that there were very many states since. We have required required 9/11 curriculum in the schools now, where we're teaching our kids, one, just about the fact that we were attacked by an enemy that day. It was not a foreign army. These were individuals who were motivated by an ideology that is foreign to this country's founding and foreign to our way of life, and that was part of the reason they wanted to attack the vibrancy of this country in the heart of the financial capital, in the heart of the military capital, in the Pentagon. That was their goal to do that day. It's important that kids understand that happened, that they were motivated, why they were motivated, and that the evil does exist in this world. It's also important that our kids know that it is the worst attack that's ever taken place on American soil. The response you saw that day from NYPD, Port Authority, FDNY, what you saw with the military and the Pentagon, these were people, and even what you saw, and these people don't get as much credit, you had people that were working in the World Trade Center towers, business guys, executives, and there were a number of them who could have just simply left, but they were out there rescuing the other people in their office. And many of them died as a result of their selflessness because they cared about getting others to safety and they were willing to risk their own safety in the process. It's important for our kids to know that on the worst day, where the worst evil was put before us, we saw some of the best that this country has to offer. We saw true heroism. We saw selflessness. We saw people run into the fire. And that is not something that happens every single day. We also, I think, are looking at this 24 years later. That attack was an exterior attack with people that were emanating from foreign lands with a foreign ideology. And, yesterday we saw the assassination of a young political leader, Charlie Kirk, who I knew, many of you probably knew. And you see some of the evil that's lurking within. And we've got some problems in this country. You can have disagreements. Sometimes these are really fierce disagreements. But the viability of a republic really depends on our ability to fight those battles in the proper arena, leading into voting, leading into debate, all that, and then being able to move forward as one country. And what happened yesterday was somebody that was assassinated just because they were bringing different viewpoints to college campuses. It isn't easy to go onto college campuses and express views that Charlie have, or for me, for that matter, that you go in. That's usually pretty hostile terrain. But he always did it in good faith. He always wanted to have a free exchange of ideas. And the response to that, if you don't like it, is not to shout or scream someone down. It's not to create unrest so that the mob makes the event not happen. And it is certainly not that you kill somebody in order to silence them. So let's not So as we commemorate the lives we lost that day because of that terrorist attack, and as we recognize the evil that was present in this country as a result of this external force and this external ideology, let's not now, 24 years later, succumb as a country to some of those forces inside our country who are really trying to upend what America's all about. I'm really thankful to have gotten to know a lot of folks who were in service on 9/11. Other than the New York City, greater New York City area, there's more veterans of 9/11 in Florida than anywhere else by a country mile. And that's part of the reason we were able to do the curriculum, because you had so many folks who were able to participate and provide input so that we're able to do that. So here we are 24 years later. As a dad, my wife and I, we want to make sure our kids understand what happened that day and the significance. As a governor, I've used the authority I have to make sure that all of our school children are exposed to the truth, that they understand the heroism that was involved in combating the evil that day, and that they will resolve to never forget what happened to our country. I appreciate you guys doing this every year. I've been able to come to a number of these. It's a great community, but I think it really speaks volumes that you turn out year after year to be able to commemorate the folks we lost on that day, and then, of course, that have succumbed to illnesses in the ensuing years. So thank you. We appreciate everybody that's doing this, and thank you, everybody who's currently in uniform running into those fires on our behalf. We never forget your sacrifice. Thank you, guys. God bless.
Was Governor DeSantis speaking in Palm Harbor just a little bit ago. Now let's go ahead and listen back in here as the reading of the names continues in New York City. We are going to have to take one more break here in just a couple of minutes on Fox Local, but let's go ahead and listen in here on Fox 35 News Plus.
The families of 9/11, and may God bless this great nation. And my cousin, Robert D.W. Higley II. We love and miss you every day. Thank you for giving me the best cousins and leaving a huge legacy behind for me. I hope I make you proud, and I hope one day we will meet in heaven. Say hi to all my pups for me, please. Thank you.
Samuel Robert Salvo, Jr.
Carlos Alberto Samaniego.
John P. Sammartino.
James Kenneth Samuel, Jr.
Michael San Philip.
Hugo M. Senye.
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez.
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez.
Jesus Sanchez.
Raymond Sanchez.
Eric M. Sand.
Stacy Lee Sanders.
Herman S. Sandler.
Jim Sands, Jr.
Aileen J. Santiago.
Kirsten Reese Santiago.
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan.
Susan Gale Santo.
Fourth anniversary of 9/11, and so we'll get you to some of those ceremonies in a little bit. We were in Orlando, where there was a ceremony with the Orlando Police Department. We'll get you there in just a little bit, but we were talking about Charlie Kirk, and in our 11 o'clock hour, we talked with Jamie Copenhaver about the investigation, and we also talked with Dr. Larry Walker about the political discourse and kind of where things stand in this country. If you missed those and want to watch them, you can watch them shortly on Fox Local. If you're watching on YouTube, you can scrub back just a little bit and find those. But I do want to play for you now the full news conference from just a little bit ago, from earlier this morning. I guess it's been a few hours now, where the FBI and the Public Safety Commissioner gave our latest update. So we talked about some of what the highlights were. FBI has recovered a a gun nearby. They have apparently some pretty good surveillance video showing the shooting suspect. They were able to track his movements on and across campus before and after the shooting as well. But I want to go ahead and play for you in case you missed it. You can now see that full 12 minutes from the FBI, from the Commissioner of Public Safety in Utah, as they broke down kind of what we know about this investigation now as we kind of approach that 24-hour mark. So this is from earlier this morning in Utah.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock. All day yesterday, through the night last night, investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., this subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can.
Wealthfront offers a cash account that has one of the highest interest rates on the market.
We worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a Commissioner of Public Safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was. And how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles. Charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that.
All right, can I get a mic check now? Can you hear me now, Wally? I didn't know my mic was muted. Let me get a mic check 1, mic check 2. Yeah, Wally, you was asking me what did I think about this? Now, I wasn't a Charlie Kirk fan. I did watch some of his stuff, but now I didn't agree with everything that he said. But upon saying that, I don't think anyone should get shot and killed because of what they believe or what they say. You know what I mean? Even though if I don't agree with them, that doesn't mean I have to take action and take these people out, because I'm pretty sure I've said shit that people don't agree with all the time. So I don't want nobody trying to take me out from what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I just think we live in a fucked up world. We live in a demonic world. You know, you got people walking around that's demon possessed, and then you got actual demons that are disguised as people. So you out here shaking hands and hanging out with people that you don't even know anything about. You know what I mean? Just because somebody say, "Hey, I'm your friend," doesn't mean they're your friend. You got some weirdos out here. You got some really demonic people that will take you out in a heartbeat. So yeah, this shit is crazy, man. I think it's fucked up. That's what I think.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Hey, didn't that guy just said that they wasn't going to release any pictures of the suspect because they got it under control? Didn't he just say that like 2-3 minutes ago? One guy, I don't know if it was this guy, but another guy. And now this guy is actually asking for help and showing the pictures. So I guess they don't have it under control. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Wally.
Hey, what's going on, Don?
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
Hey, Don, real quick, can you pause it? Yeah,
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, no, cause I wanted to. Cause did you seen the reports that they arrested an old guy in remissed to this?
Yeah, and I think he was part of the I think he was part of it because when they said this guy, he was an older guy, older white guy.
Yeah.
He was there a couple hours before before the event started, and he was going around doing like rebel rousing, trying to get people, to go against Charlie Kirk. He was talking all against him and all that. So when Charlie got shot, he jumped up and said, "I shot him. I did it. I shot him." So everybody bum rushed him. The police bum rushed him. They gave the actual shooter time to get away. You see what I'm saying? 'Cause everybody was focused on this guy. We got him. We got him. Now the shooter gets away. See, this is all orchestrated. All of this shit is planned. And I don't think they're going to find the shooter. And if they do, he's going to be dead. Because like this, man, anytime this shit is like, what is that, paperclip? These are a lot of the people that commit these crimes that are shooters. They are actually under mind control. So people say, oh, he's a leftist or he's a rightist. So what they'll do, they'll pick somebody that is extreme or they'll fabricate his background or his backstory or his social media. They'll mind control him, paperclip his ass, MK Ultra, put him out there, let him do the crime. He gets caught, they kill him, boom, case closed.
Oh yeah, no, because what was crazy to me is when I saw the clip on IG where they said like, oh, the old man, this is the person that they arrested for the murder. I'm like, oh come on, y'all really gonna play this dumb game? Are y'all really gonna sit here and play this game?
And he didn't have any weapons on him. And people said they saw him there the entire time because he was, he was very boisterous. And from what they could see, he didn't have any weapons or anything on him. So yeah, this shit, man. And then from what I hear, the Mossad was in on it. It's like everybody, you can't trust nobody nowadays. Everybody's in on it.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's very weird because I mean, granted, like you said earlier, like I knew of the dude, but I don't really watch too much of him or anything like that. Like I know he was on like social media and stuff, making arguments with young kids in colleges and all that stuff, whatever, and going around speaking on some political stuff and this and that. But it's just like, it's like, all right, cool, whatever. But even then, it's like, even to your point, right? It's like, yeah, I get it. Everyone's gonna have their difference of opinions and all those other things of that nature. But the thing is, that's why I always say, you can always have a difference of opinion, but then do you ever work to a neutral stance with people at all to see a commonality of anything? And I think that's another thing right there in itself too, because even to a point of even people just now saying, hey, all right, we have different of opinion, I'm gonna just shoot you now. I'm like, what? I'm like, right.
That's fucked up right there. You be in a heated discussion or a heated debate. Some may say even an argument, because a heated debate can turn like, what? But that don't mean you have to pull out your pew 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 and pow 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 a motherfucker. You know what I mean? That just means you a coward. That's my opinion. Because if you was a hero, if you thought yourself to be a hero, you wouldn't hide. You wouldn't run and hide. You shoot somebody and you say, yeah, I did it. I'm standing on business.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But you gotta think too, right? Like this person did it from a long distance. They had a sniper. They had a sniper, right, or some type of gun at long range, and then they're covering their face enough to be, incognito. They're in black. I mean, I don't say this, dog. It's like neither these people are just like hired guns, just magically able to walk away in clear sight. And it's like at the last moment they end up finding, oh, well, we found the person. This was at this angle. It took y'all how long to realize that? Like, come on. Like when they showed a picture of the dude at that angle, like where he was at that angle, I'm like, so you just realized this and you didn't have no one on site. Like when it comes to a point when you have these type of officials, like when it's going to be a point where, okay, we need to start bringing our own snipers to make sure we see the other person and snipe them.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. And then, he should have known that he was a target. He should have known that shit because of the simple fact that when he's out there debating these people.
Okay, yeah, hunting rifle. Okay.
Yeah, when he's out there debating these people, he can see how hostile they get. And a lot of them be threatening him. And, like I've seen people get on the mic and threaten to fight him. I saw a white guy say, hey, I challenge you to a fight right now. I'll kick the shit out of you. So he should have known that he was a target. I would have had fucking Teflon around my neck. I would have had a Teflon helmet. I'd have had Teflon drawers on. I'd had Teflon fucking socks and shoes and gloves and shit. I'd be out there all masked up. Yeah, I'd be talking to you, but I'd make sure you wasn't gonna kill my motherfucking ass. See, that's the difference between me and him. I wouldn't have went out there knowing that I was a fucking target. Because we living in a fucked up world, man, and they've been offing people since the beginning of time.
Yeah, the only thing is they're not offing. They're offing him. Well, they're offing their own side.
King Christian say doesn't work like that, little dude. How you know I'm a little dude? I might be a
He probably
big
talking
dude.
about me. He probably talking about me.
Well, shit, you ain't a little dude either.
I ain't, but hey, I don't know how old he is, so who knows?
Shout out to King Christian. In Your Soul said it was a bolt action rifle. I haven't heard what type of well, yeah, the guy just said what type of weapon it was, but I guess I wasn't paying attention. My bad.
Well, yeah, mostly I wasn't. I just came in.
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so. So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect. Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
So that was that full FBI and the Department of Public Safety briefing earlier today. Just to kind of give you the context there, they were talking about surveillance images that they had that at the time they were not releasing. They were hoping to be able to identify with some facial recognition technology, some AI, some steps like that. They said if that proved unsuccessful, then they would release them. That was about 3 hours ago, and now, just in the last 15 minutes, the FBI has published these new surveillance images. Again, this is from at FBI Salt Lake City, putting these out on X, saying, "We are asking for the public's help." In fact, let me pull up the tweet for you. You can see the full thing, and then I'll pull the pictures back up full. "We are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University." You see those two images. The tip line is 1-800-CALL-FBI. They also have a link for digital media tips. You click it, you fill it out, you give whatever information you might have if you know who that is. So again, let me pull up these images full screen so you can see them a little bit better. These are the surveillance images that have been released from the FBI showing a person of interest. It does.
You're muted if you're talking.
Okay, yeah, I guess I was muted now. Appreciate that. Hey, this is what pisses me off about this shit, right? Every time they show you a picture of somebody or a suspect, it's always blurry. We never get a fucking sharp image of anybody. And on top of that, these are supposed to be high definition cameras, security cameras. So why is the footage blurry? Did they blur the footage purposely? I believe they did this on purpose. I don't believe the footage was blurred like that, because these are high definition cameras on campus, at a college campus. So those. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. Well, no, that's just my mic. But yeah, no, I was gonna add to it. What you're saying is because like even if, like you think about it, right? Like you know how like they show like if Samsung or iPhones, right? They get like their new little upgrades, whatever, and they show like, oh, if you zoom in, it'll get like a better propping of a camera shot. It's like you trying to tell me you could have did that the same thing with these cameras, possibly.
And all this fucking technology they got, they can run this shit through a FBI AI program and clear that image up in a split fucking second. I've seen them do that shit so many damn times. So for them to come out here and show us this blurry ass picture of some guy and tell us this may be the suspect, this is bullshit. And see, this is what I'm saying. This is why they think we're stupid. They can get up here and they can tell us anything. They can say any fucking thing, and they just expect us to accept it and believe it just because they said it's true. And we know they have the technology to unblur this fucking photo. And then we know that the fucking cameras are high definition cameras. We know that shit.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think the dude said that they have the AI for that, but yeah, to even what you're saying, yeah, coming with a very fuzzy photo prop, yeah, that's a little bit off overall.
And on top of that, they're asking for our help. Hey, can you identify this guy? But then they give us two blurry ass pictures.
Yeah, I'd be hating that shit. It's like you asking us as if we're not, like, you just got this picture. Like, granted, yeah, he more likely a civilian in the States, wherever this this moment happened, right? So granted, someone may have known him, someone can probably tell just by the figure of what it looks like, but shoot, I don't know, because who this person is, you never know. He may not even be like an outgoer like that, so how you probably not even that known.
Yep. Welcome to the stream, Brandon Mitchell. How you doing, sir? Go ahead, and I gave you the stream link so you can join us if you like. Skin E, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Skylar, In Your Soul, John Steele, Take, and whoever else that I didn't see. Tailgate. I don't know who's all in here. If you're in here, go ahead and leave a 1 in the chat, and I'll go ahead and shout you out. We're actually streaming to 3 different platforms. We're on Facebook and 2 YouTube channels. So for the guys that's over there on WCN live stream, I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button and share the stream, and also subscribe. And for the people that's over here on World Citizen News, I appreciate you. Hit that like button, share the stream, and make sure you subscribe. And what's up, Giselle? How you doing?
Sound like from investigators that they know who the gunman might be, as far as kind of zeroing in on this person. We know there were two persons of interest who were taken into custody yesterday at different points and questioned and then released. Did not believe
Oh shit, my mic was up. Giselle, did you ask a question? You said, hello, people, answer me. And you say you know him. Now, how do you know this guy? And where are you from? Actually, now, would you like to get up here and join us and speak your piece? There's the link. Go ahead and hit the link and come up here. You don't have to have your camera on. You can just get up here and talk to us and tell us what you know.
they were the shooters. But we heard from investigators in that news conference that we just played for you that it seems like they do now know this who might the suspect be. And so they're releasing these images. They are calling them still a person of interest, so we certainly don't know for sure what their connection might be, but these are the images that have been released by the FBI in connection with the shooting, and as they hope to get these out and be able to speak with this person. Also, we know they're working some other leads. The gun was found, the high-powered bolt-action rifle, as they described it, so that was found in the woods, and trying to do some forensic tests on that as well. We've got to take a break here on Fox Local, but keep it right here because we'll be back with more after this.
All right, Skin, tear your ass.
There's shock, there is anger.
You will not be missed. Appreciate you coming, though.
What have you heard as this, it's just 12 hours old, as we start to digest some of this?
Oh, it's just shocking news yesterday when we all heard this. Many of us know Charlie Kirk. It's just an outstanding person, a great father to his 2 little kids, and of course his wife Erica. And it was just shocking and a very somber mood in Washington. And this is already a tough day. As you know, today's 9/11. And now to hear the shocking news of a person who really tried to elevate the discourse. As you know, Ryan, before I was ever elected, I was a college professor. And our job is to really challenge ideas in a positive way. Let's have a real dialogue about the future of our country and what it's like to be an American. And I think Charlie tried to do that. He was a person who was always challenging people's belief. He'd always stand by his Christian faith. And to see his bright frame just stomped out by a madman is just terrible, and it's just heartbreaking to see, and we feel it right here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I mean, this was a person that, yes, he said things some people didn't want to hear, but he would start an event by saying, if you don't
that's your problem.
move to the front,
Challenging
if
only
you don't
leads
have
to
that
conflict.
discourse.
Say that again, sir.
No, what I'm saying is, what I said was challenging only leads to conflict. Are we challenging, or are we just voicing out opinions? Or should I say, are we voicing out our viewpoint on life? But if you're challenging, it only leads to conflict.
Yeah, I think he chose the wrong word. And I don't think he chose the wrong word. I think he intentionally chose that word. These motherfuckers know exactly what they're doing when they get up here and they say this bullshit. They know exactly what they're doing. Speaking in code.
Yeah. I think that's what concerns a lot of people. Let's talk about the investigation now. They do not have someone in custody. You've seen the same video I have. I think a lot of people have this fear. This looks like a rather professional hit. What are your thoughts as this investigation moves forward?
It is, we all hope that this person will be quickly not only captured, but put to trial and ultimately, I hope, put to death. I believe in the death penalty. This is the kind of accidents that destroy lives, not just the individual, but the trust in our country. And so we hope that the justice will be brought swiftly. And but this is the kind of discussion I've had for 20 years together. You know, the idea of politics is the idea of the battle of ideas. And clearly someone was so put off by Charlie that you have a scenario where they went to the extreme. I think the battle of ideas is what makes America such a special place, and it's the reason why law enforcement needs to step up here and across the country to stop the violence, to go after that 1 or 2% of people across America who are just bent on destroying people's lives and property. This is a common sense opportunity for us to take a step back, like you and I do many mornings, and talk about issues and get away from the over-the-top rhetoric.
Yeah, and the majority of Americans agree with that. It's the extreme fringes we have trouble with. And Congressman, you know, there's a mental health discussion, there's a gun discussion. There are all these discussions. Will there be change on Washington? How do we go about moving forward with that?
Well, this is not about legislation in my mind. This is about changing people's hearts. This is an opportunity for us to all reflect and say, are we taking the conversation to too much of a competitive level where it incites violence? We need to ratchet down the rhetoric. It's the reason why I come on your show. We always talk about policy and the battle of ideas, and that's what I've always tried to do, not just, of course, on your show, but in the classroom. We need to talk about what makes America such a unique place and why so many people around the world want to live here. But some people want to denigrate it, do it for political gain exclusively. Let's elevate the conversation today as we remember not just Charlie, but those lives lost on 9/11, the people trying to destroy our country. This is an opportunity to make almost like a restart. And it's such a tragedy to see what happened to Charlie and his family, but we just pray.
How about them Cowboys? Specs, the fun starts here.
We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
Hey, pause it real quick, because you know it's funny, right? First, the guy praises him for his Christian belief, but then you want to sit here and say, oh, well, you know, the person that did this, they deserve the death penalty. Doofus, if you believe in Christian belief, or at least praise this guy for his beliefs, you wouldn't believe in doing the death penalty. That's hypocrisy.
Now to be fair, Wally, he didn't say he was a Christian.
Well, I know that. I know that. Yeah. Well, I know that. Oh no, I know that. But that's my thing. But my thing is understanding his belief. Yeah. Technically, you can't even go for that. So that's sort of hypocrisy. But hey, no. But I hear you on that. I hear you.
He's like, Charlie's a Christian, but whoever did it, fry his fucking ass.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. That shit is crazy though. Let's see what she's talking about.
I did not know the extent of a jetliner hit the building until I saw the reporting on TV.
Wasn't no damn jetliner hit that fucking tower. Those were missiles, guided missiles, disguised as. Now, when they showed us this shit on TV, it was like we were watching a movie. Everything was scripted on all the news channels. All that shit was CGI. Those planes hitting that building, those were actual missiles that hit the building. But we were watching. This is what people don't realize. We were actually watching a fucking CGI movie in real time when that shit happened. And they showed us that shit on TV through all those news channels. They showed us airplanes. They showed airplanes hitting the building. But the people on the ground said they were not airplanes. They were missiles. Everybody that saw the shit said they were missiles. Okay? They were fucking missiles. They were not airplanes. So the shit they showed us on TV was a fucking movie.
Right, and if you also remember, I think if it's not HBO, I think it's what was that is it Cinemax? Something like that. But I know they made a TV show. I think it's Billions, right? They made a TV show on this same thing about this whole thing about when 9/11 came in, and you know the secret investments that they made under the table when this whole this whole thing happened. So I'm like, they're even alluding to it that it was a setup job. Because how the hell you knew?
Yep. Inside job. And see, it was an inside job because 3 days before the towers fell, all the Jewish people, the so-called Jewish, the fake Jewish people, the Israelis, they all got a phone call saying, don't come to work on this particular day. So no Jewish people, Israelis, were in those towers when they fell. And those towers were owned by Jews. But no Jew was in those towers when they fell.
And while we were there trying to figure out, calling 911, everything that was going on, that's when we heard a next rumble, which means the second tower fell. The first tower that got hit, the second tower fell. And before you know it, my life just flashed right before me. Because I knew if a plane hits a building and I'm still...
Man, I don't want to hear nothing this bitch got to say because she's full of shit. These motherfuckers, all they doing is regurgitating what people done told them. Let me get past her because I don't got nothing to do with her.
Violence.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife.
Now, Trump just told a fucking lie. He is not in peace with God in heaven. You don't go to heaven when you die. Your ass get buried in the ground and you turn back to dirt. Nobody's in heaven. Nobody is in heaven as we speak. Nobody's in heaven. Nobody is in hell. Judgment day hasn't came. So how the hell you go just die and go straight to heaven or die and go straight to hell? You have to be judged first. So Trump, stop fucking lying, sir.
Wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
That was President Trump speaking from the Oval Office yesterday and talking about some political violence. We should also mention one other.
I find it so crazy and cheeky how they got to use God and everything, but 9 times out of 10 they don't never move in God's ways.
Yeah, that is crazy. They mention God like he their best friend, but they live godless. They don't practice anything in the Bible pertaining to the word of God at all. At all. They don't restrict themselves to the dietary law or the laws of the Old Testament or the New Testament. But every other word is God this, God that, Christian this, Christian that. And these are fucking demons. These people that keep mentioning God's name, they're demons. They're not Christians, and they're not godly people.
political attack, and that was one targeting some Democratic state lawmakers in Minnesota that happened back in June that the president neglected to mention in his video there. We do have more coverage coming up here shortly on the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the assassination, and the investigation. We're going to talk with Jamie Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator, around 1:05. So we hope you stick with us. We talked with him earlier in our 11 o'clock hour about where things stood, and obviously things have changed quite a bit since then. So we're going to check back in with him coming up in just a couple of minutes and get his take on where things stand and where things go from here with that investigation. So we're going to take a quick break. And we'll be right back with more after this. So keep it here on Fox Local. In the meantime, give you this view of One World Trade Center, the Freedom Tower in New York City on this 24th anniversary of 9/11. Installations and grounds throughout the state of Florida immediately until sunset on Sunday. So again, this just in, this memo from the governor's office urging, directing those flags to be at half-staff in honor of Charlie Kirk. And in this memorandum, he also acknowledges Kirk as one of the most prominent voices of his time, saying he was widely recognized for his leadership and influence in the political landscape, and was admired by many prominent figures, including President Donald Trump. DeSantis goes on to say in this, Charlie was a strong man of God as well as a husband and a father, and he is now rejoicing with our Lord in heaven. Meanwhile, we are continuing to track the fallout from this and the investigation. Just in the last little bit, about an hour ago, we got these surveillance images from the FBI showing a person of interest in connection with this shooting. And we heard earlier from investigators talking about the process here. They said they talked about having this video, and even with the gunman still on the run, they said they had been able to track his movements on and across campus before and after. Then about 3 hours later, releasing these images, but investigators earlier today urging patience with this investigation.
Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
What's up, Joko? How you been, man? Appreciate you stopping by. Make sure you hit that like button.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
And I want to bring back in James Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator. And James, we appreciate you joining us again. I know it's been a couple hours since we last talked with you about this case, but a lot has happened in between now and then, so we wanted to bring you back in here. First, just let me get your initial thoughts on these surveillance images that have now been released from the FBI of a person of interest.
You know, shocking in terms of the age, right? We see this photograph of the shooter, and you know, we all have preconceived ideas as to what that shooter may look like or the age, right? So very young, my guess, well under 30. I'm going to guess in his early 20s. But here's the telegraph. We were talking about earlier on your show that the FBI was telegraphing certain things. And I had mentioned that if they release the image of the suspect, pretty good chance they don't know where he's at or maybe even the identity. So, we've now seen that come to pass, asking for the public's help.
Yeah, and it was only about 3 hours from the time that they said, well, we're not going to release it yet. We're going to try to identify him using technology, some other methods, and if we can't, then we will release it. So only about 3 hours passed before they ended up saying, okay, we are going to release this. Is that significant when we're talking about the timing? Obviously, you don't want too much.
Build a website you love with Wix. Where your words,
the shooter might be, has to kind of get away or kind of close that trail.
Yeah, I mean, we see this all the time in other news stories, right? Where law enforcement will sometimes immediately release the identity or a picture of the suspect they're looking for. In this case, like I said, it took 3 hours to do that. So that's a telegraph to me that they really don't have a handle on where the suspect is, number one. But number two, my question is, do they really have him identified? And Garrett, I have to tell you, just based on the 30 years I've been in the business, I don't think they have him ID'd either at this point, or they would have associated a name with that picture.
What makes you say that?
That's what I was saying. These motherfuckers don't have any information. They told us they said we got it covered, and then 30 minutes later, oh, we need your help. Here's a picture. But then they show us a grainy ass picture and expect us to know anything from this grainy ass picture when they don't even know anything. Or are they hiding? Are they hiding the information they do have?
And this is why I say this becomes a very tedious thing where they tell us, how like the other countries would tell us like our people are really like our country's stupid. This is why they say these shits. It's like, come on now, stop.
Yeah, and it's not the people in the country that's stupid. It's the motherfuckers that's running the country. And I don't think they're stupid. They just don't give a shit. Everybody's a sellout. Yeah, they're all sellouts.
Just the mere fact they didn't put a name out with the photograph. I mean, we've all seen these law enforcement communities issue bulletins, be on the lookout for the suspect, Joe Jones, right? Or John Doe, whatever the name is. The mere fact that they're not releasing a name on that bulletin, I feel fairly confident that they don't know the name of the shooter. Hence, they're asking for the public's help identifying him.
How much more difficult does that make an investigation at this point when you are, still trying to close, some of those rings, and try to close some of those gaps of things that you don't know when you're already, kind of playing catch up here?
Well, they are behind. I had watched a live feed about 30 minutes ago. They're out literally going yard to yard, door to door, canvassing the entire neighborhood for any possible evidence or anything left behind that would show them where the suspect may be heading. So I think it's a very difficult task. But here's a good thing about it. They have the federal partners involved. The local and state folks are involved. The president has came out and said, whatever resources is needed, you've got them. So, some technology is great, but the facial recognition issue, I think, is probably what's hampering getting him identified through this photograph. But rest assured, I mean, that's a fairly good photograph of the shooter. Someone out there knows him, and let's hope they report it sooner than later so they can apprehend him.
How does that facial recognition, kind of work? Obviously, if they weren't able to identify him, this person of interest, through those methods, could that? How much would of an impact would it be that this does appear to be a younger person, and things like that? Would that prove challenging or make things more difficult when it comes to trying to identify him in some of those other methods before they released these photos that you're seeing now?
Absolutely. I mean, considering that.
Hey, now, considering that Charlie Kirk was against transgenders and stuff, what if that's a transgender that shot him? And then he went and put on his transgender disguise.
Well, I mean, shoot, that was crazy if that was.
And so
Crazy.
just for that day, he identified as a shooter.
That every high school and college in the United States has a photo ID of that student on an identification badge that you're in possession of. So we know our colleges and schools collect that, but here's the problem. Those colleges and public schools aren't sharing that data with law enforcement. So that's strike number one, right? We know that if you fly, you go through the TSA checkpoint and you're photographed at the TSA checkpoint. Some of that information is not shared with the FBI and other intelligence communities. So yeah, I mean, the age thing I think is going to slow down the investigation. He should have a driver's license. So I can assure you they're going through the DMVs currently looking at that database, trying to match up that photograph with any DL records that they may have. AI is, I can assure you, playing a role in this, Garrett, because you can't just look at thousands and thousands of pictures. You're going to have the use of AI and computers. So that's my best guess as to what's going on.
Man, why don't they just ask Chat GTP who this motherfucker is?
In Quantico.
What else? I mean, we talked some earlier today about the gun that was found, the high-powered bolt-action rifle, as they described it, that was found in the woods, and the fingerprint, the palm print, I guess. Can you kind of walk us through what else is likely happening as they're trying to track this person down?
Well, keep in mind, he was on top of the building, so he's going to have to climb up some apparatus to get onto that building. They know exactly where he was shooting from. So all of that area is going to be processed for any DNA or fingerprints. It's my understanding they're speculating that he may have jumped off of the roof onto the ground and fled. But nevertheless, he didn't jump up the roof. So there should be some type of DNA or latent prints on that building or a ladder that he used to climb up onto the roof. The other thing is, the gun, they're going to be DNA on the gun. We know the palm print was taken, so we have that. But more importantly, as all of this is happening, ATF is doing a trace on that recovered weapon to try to identify who the last person was that owned that gun. And then you're going to go to that person and literally start investigating from there.
What?
I mean, that sounds very cheeky, though.
Let me ask.
Because at this point, right, you got to think about, okay, if you have all those informations, handprints or whatever, which honestly, I ain't gonna lie, if you got handprints, then the dude is really a rookie. If you left handprints. So that tells me even more if there's handprints on the gun. Like, come on, bro. Like, by now, you should be able to find that out. Until even if you know the name.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's why I say this is it's inside job, because they send him out there with no gloves. They want him to get caught, or do they? But if they sent him out with no gloves, there's a possibility he's gonna get caught from fingerprint, palm print, whatever it is. So this shit is crazy. Hey, I just looked at the analytics for this stream that we're on right now. We almost got 11,000 views, Wally. Just from this stream. Almost 11,000 views.
Let's get this way. How does this get more challenging as time passes?
I think you just said it. Time.
Okay, so the people that's watching, go ahead and, from whatever channel you watching this from, because we're streaming to multiple channels, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe, and share this video out on your whatever it is, your community tab or whatever they call that shit now, your post.
The longer it takes to apprehend and identify the suspect, the harder it's going to be to find him. He's the bad guy. In a lot of these cases, we find the bad guy is within a very close proximity of the event, right? We've saw that a bunch. But keep in mind, we're dealing with a younger individual who may be a little bit more aggressive on escaping, but time is not on your side. If you have a homicide, the first 24 hours of that homicide is vital to closing or solving that homicide. This is no different. It's just a larger scale investigation. So time is not on the government side. We need to find him quickly, because the more time elapses, the greater distance he can get from authorities to hide out.
And you kind of understand that sense of urgency with the release of the photos of the person of interest, because the more people might see that, just like any other case where images are kind of released of persons of interest or suspects or fugitives, then if someone might spot them, might be able to call and at least show some sort of trail that might lead to his capture.
Yeah, you and I spoke about this earlier today. The FBI telegraphed a couple of things, but here's the concerning part. They came out and said there's no danger to the community, there's no threat to the community. I'm a little apprehensive in that, because if they don't know the shooter's identity or his location, I don't know really if you could make that statement, right? Because he's at large. We know he just shot and murdered one person. So, I don't know if they got ahead of their skis in doing that, but that certainly relaxed the community. By them now releasing this picture of the suspect, that causes concern for the community, because, okay, wait a minute, they're releasing the identity or the picture of the shooter. Do they really have a handle on who he is and where he's at? And now, is there some type of threat to the community? So it's kind of a double-edged sword by saying there's no threat to the community. I'm going to venture to say, of course there is. He's still at large.
We also talked about kind of the political atmosphere and the discourse, and how things kind of get to the point where you have an incident like this, or incidents like we have seen over the past few months, going back over a year, and it's certainly not something that is just unique to our time, but it does seem like this is something that we're seeing more and more. And I'm curious the kind of security and law enforcement kind of reaction to this, and what events like this might look like. I mean, we saw another conservative influencer, Ben Shapiro, kind of, I believe, canceling, if not just putting on hold, some events that he had scheduled. So where do you think things go from here with events like this?
Yeah, we don't know if Ben has done that in respect to Charlie Kirk, or if he's, canceled those events for security concerns. We don't know the answer to that, but here's what I believe. These events, we really need to take a look at them, and we need to harden up the software.
If he's smart, he did it for himself too. Because people don't like his comments either.
I believe that if you're going to issue a permit for a public event from a city or a county perspective, the county needs to be a little bit more in charge of that, in control, to make sure that, number one, they have adequate security. But number two, I think we really need to look at maybe indoor events to be able to control that atmosphere. If we're outdoors, we've seen Butler, we've seen Charlie Kirk's event. There's just a lot of failures that can be filled. But if you're an indoor arena or some type of indoor setting, there's a pretty good chance you're not going to have a shooter from the high ground. So I would probably ask the county and the state to look at that, to mandate certain policies or rules. And I hate laws and I hate rules, but look, we've got to harden up these soft targets.
What is adequate security these days, Jamie?
I mean, you had 3,000 people, or maybe 3,000 plus at this event, at Charlie Kirk's event. If I understood the commissioner, they had about 12 or 14 officers. Now, he did say they had some undercover plainclothes officers mixed in with the crowd, which I've done that in my prior career. Charlie Kirk himself had 6 or 8 security people. But you're talking 3,000 people at an outdoor event with high ground that needs to be covered to prevent these rooftop shooters.
So get the drones.
You know what? He should have took a note out of Trump's page. The shooter was up on the roof. This is the same fucking scenario. Same fucking scenario. Same fucking scenario. He should have took a page out of Trump's book.
101, if a door is able to be locked so you're not accessing the roof, it needs to be locked and secured and tagged. It was tagged on this date at this time, so that seal is not broken. We've got to utilize the drones and some more technology to make sure, if it's an outdoor event, that the high ground is covered and there's no possible shooters on a rooftop adjacent.
And one point of clarity here.
Now, Arterial said they need to hold conferences indoors in the future. Hey, that's not gonna stop somebody from shooting you. He just might not be able to escape as fast, but that's not gonna stop people from shooting you, no matter where you at.
Exactly. Because even if you like think about it, like, well, I mean, depending on the inside environment, that's one thing. But shoot me, it didn't stop them from killing Malcolm X. Y'all know how that happened. Now, granted, that was because of there was upstairs, downstairs, but yeah, but
Now, when I say he should have took a page out of Trump's book, meaning Trump, someone shot at Trump from a fucking rooftop.
rooftop.
Now, if I'm out there basically saying the same shit Trump is saying, I'm gonna be fucking leery of rooftops. And that's what I meant by take a page from his book. He should have saw that shit coming. And I'm not saying he deserved to be shot. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when you putting your life on the line, you need to be fucking aware. You need to keep your head on a fucking swivel. He should have been more prepared for that shit. I would have had people all over that motherfucker. You be on this roof, you over here, you got binoculars. Keep a lookout. That's what I would have did. He has all that fucking money, all that security, and what use was all that security and all that money? He saw what happened to Trump, and he's out there saying the same shit Trump is saying. Basically, I would have fucking, like I said earlier, I would have had on Teflon helmet, a Teflon neck brace, Teflon T-shirt, Teflon drawers, socks, gloves, shoes, nut pads, elbow pads, all that shit. You're not shooting me. If you shoot me, you're not gonna kill my fucking ass.
We are seeing from the Real Daily Wire saying that Ben Shapiro canceled 2 book signings out of respect for Charlie Kirk, not security concerns. But you have to think that this is going to be top of mind for whoever it may be with similar events.
It is. And here's another issue. So, do we take this rhetoric and radicalize these people that carry out these shootings? So, are we looking now at soft targets for journalists who are reporting whatever?
You're muted. Now you're talking muted.
My bad, my bad. All right, King Crazy Cyborg. Now, what I was saying, I understand exactly what you're saying, but we live in a modern age where we have technology that's available 24/7. This man should have had at least 3 or 4 or 5 drone operators out there. I would have had drone operators out there flying over every inch of that place while I was out there. I would have had them, because you gotta think about this shit, man. You're putting your life on the line by speaking what you believe, and people done already threaten you. You done already got death threats. Your family done got death threats. So when you go to places like this where you're vulnerable, you need to take the initiative and be on the defense. I would have had drone pilots all over that. I would have had them people out there in the audience with them little drones flying all over the place, over all the buildings. I would have made sure I could see every fucking thing. And then I would have had a setup on the table where I'm at, where I could actually see the different drones, the fucking camera from the different drones. That's just me. That's how I think. I don't know. That's why I'm still alive.
The event or crimes are on the street and they just happen to disagree with one of these people. I mean, the list goes on and on. So, I kind of threw up my arms and my hands earlier on your show. How do you solve this? I don't think you can solve it directly, but what you can do is be a little bit smarter, a lot smarter than the bad guy, and know your surroundings. And if you're out at these events, know your escape plan. Take a look around. And there's no one coming to save you if this happens. You're going to be your own savior. So you have to have an exit plan and find good cover with the climate.
It is unfortunate, and we talked earlier with Dr. Larry Walker, a political analyst and professor, about kind of dialing back lowering the temperature, dialing back the tensions here, and kind of all doing our part to do that, because it is unfortunate that we continue to see things like this happen in a democracy and a representative republic, and where we are proud of our freedoms and exercise, our rights, and seeing things like this that shouldn't happen. So certainly concerning. Jamie, before I let you go, yeah, go ahead.
If I could just point out one thing, the freedom of speech is a God-given right? We all have the freedom of speech, but you can't go into a movie theater and yell fire. We've all heard that, right? I really and truly, and I'm not a big proponent of making new laws or making new rules, but listen, whether you're on the left, the right, or in the middle, and especially our lawmakers, they spew this stuff on both sides of the aisle. And unfortunately, people take that literally and for granted, and they go out and act on perhaps maybe what a lawmaker has suggested. Let's take the fight to the street. We've heard that a couple of times from our sitting lawmakers.
King Crazy Cyborg says, I just think with the way weapons have advanced, if someone wishes to do you harm, they would. I don't think it's reasonable as a journalist commentary to expect something like this to happen. No, you don't expect it, but you have to look at history, man. The shit happens. So you have to expect the unexpected. But yeah, like you say, the advanced technology, there's no 100% way you can protect yourself, but at least you can try. That's all I'm saying. I would try to take some preventive measures, knowing the possibilities, because you can't say, because Charlie wasn't stupid. Charlie has been he's gotten several death threats, him and his family. So right there, that would have put me on high alert. People already telling me they're gonna kill me.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, if someone do send you death threats, I mean, at that point, that is the level where you should start taking some precaution. But I would also agree with King on that part. Is like, yeah, if you're just an everyday journalist slash commentary, then yeah, you wouldn't expect to really sit there and think this would happen or come to you in this manner. But yeah, if you get death threats at this point, then it's like you definitely do got to take precautions.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. It's not like this shit just came out of the blue. All of a sudden, he just got shot. They've been telling him they was gonna do something to him. People have been coming up, like when he go to these campuses and he talks to these people, he has people come up challenging him to fights. This old white dude came up and said, "Man, I'll fucking kick your ass. I challenge you to a fight right now. Come on, let's fight." So, he should have known somebody was going to try to do something to him.
Yeah, but I also say this too, right? Like on the contrary, like we heard this a couple of times about like back in the days, right? But nothing ultimately ever happened per se. Now, granted, that's neither near or there if they had security or if anyone ever really tried to did anything. But I think like even to like the mass of where it is right now, we're definitely in troubled times.
Now, check this out. I forgot what I was going to say. What's up, Crafty Cat? How you doing? Crafty Cat says school lockdowns in Colorado. She says she just saw this on the look at my picture. What do you mean my picture? I don't understand. But yeah, she said in the school lockdown. What happened, Crafty Cat? Hey, come up here and tell me. There's the link. Come up here and let us know what's going on, Crafty Cat. I heard a rumor that he was wearing a vest. Yeah, that's what I heard. And the bullet ricocheted off his chest into his neck. Not sure if that's been verified. Now, I heard the same thing. And I don't know if that's true or not. But I heard the same thing because there's like conflicting stories. I heard two girls say that. I heard one person say that it reflected off his chest. And then I heard another person say that it hit his chest and came out his neck. So yeah, there's just a bunch of conflicting stories at the moment. So until
Wait a minute, wait a minute. But how does a bullet ricochet off a vest? Like what type of vest that is for a bullet to
well, they
ricochet?
said it was a bulletproof vest, and when it hit him, it
Right.
went up and hit him in the neck. But I don't know. There's just several different
Yeah,
stories.
but that's weird because you would think even if you had a bulletproof vest, right, the bullet would still have some type of impact on the bulletproof vest. It wouldn't kill you, but it just have some impact, but it wouldn't ricochet. That just sounds weird.
Yeah. And then I guess it depends on what angle the bullet hit, but I don't know. I'm not an expert, even though I was on the rifle team and I was an expert marksmanship. But I have no idea because, like I say, these are all speculations at the moment. So, all right, Crafty Cat, go ahead and hit that link and come on up here with us.
Just one more time here, and just kind of get your thoughts on where things go from here with this investigation, and kind of what we should be watching for as we continue to kind of track this and watch for developments on it.
You know, the photograph's excellent for FBI forensics. They have technology that can actually come up with the exact height of the suspect, the exact almost weight. You know, minus the dark sunglasses, it's a very good image or a picture of the shooter. Someone will identify him quickly, I think, today that knows him. Now, whether they can find him, but I think he'll be identified very quickly based on these two images that you're showing now. It's a fairly good photograph of the shooter.
You talked earlier about how you didn't think that lawmakers, or not lawmakers, but investigators had identified him yet because they didn't put out that name with him. If he is identified, if they get tips in the next little bit and kind of are able to identify him with some degree of certainty, do you think they come back today with some information and say, hey, now this is the name of the person we're looking for? Do you think that's something that they would kind of keep under wraps at this point?
My gut feeling, given the circumstances, the time element that's passed, it's crucial that law enforcement puts their hands on this guy and apprehends him. So I would not be surprised at all if they get an identity and a name to attach to this photograph. I'm almost certain they're going to have to announce the name to start getting people to say, wait a minute, I've heard that name, or I know that name. I went to school with somebody with that name, to start that communication in the communities, to get chatter going, so we'll get tips on the possible location of him. So yeah, I think they will attach a name to it if they find the name.
Because I would imagine that's kind of the tension, you know, and a fine line for law enforcement and investigators to kind of have to toe and figure out how much to release and how much to keep at, because you certainly don't want to necessarily let whoever it is know that you're getting closer and the walls are closing in on them. But at the same time, you are racing the clock and do need to get that information out there so that you can get more information.
Well, you're right on. You're exactly on point. But here's my biggest concern. We have so many platforms on social media. Everyone's a social media journalist, whatever you want to call them, right? And here's the problem that I'm concerned with. If they release the identity of this individual, you're going to have somebody on a keyboard that will come up with his address in open form and perhaps go to that address and spoil something law enforcement is trying to do. They may have a surveillance set up on a house. So that's one of my nearest concerns, is we're going to have sightseers track the guy's address down and start riding by his house to get a quick video for whatever platform they're on, right? So that certainly could hurt law enforcement.
Certainly a lot of factors to consider in all this. And Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we always appreciate your perspective and your expertise. And thanks for joining us twice now today and being generous with your time. Really appreciate it.
Always good to be with you, Garrett. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. And let me give you this live look in New York City right now on this 24th anniversary of 9/11. We'll be right back with more, another ceremony here, but that is a
radio that a plane had struck the North Tower. He turned my mom and my.
I don't know that that's a hard and fast written rule on what that suspects have.
All right, I think this might be the shooting. Let's see what's going on.
And the suspect believed to have shot himself before dying. Let's go ahead and listen into this update.
It's for anyone who's feeling the pain of this. We have a lot of resources there, people to talk to, just resources in case you want to reach out privately. We also have investigators there in case someone walks in and they end up being somebody who witnessed something that we hadn't talked to yet. So there's a lot of staff over there, and we're just trying to do the very best that we can to take care of this community, and they're suffering right now.
You talked about the lockdown working. Did the shooter, or was the shooter trapped in an area, so to speak, where they could not go any past the locked doors?
I can't tell you that because I don't know the shooter's movements, but I do know that he tried to gain access to areas that were locked down. And those teachers and those students did their job and took into account what they've learned, and it kept them safe, for sure.
Were students able to, did they encounter him? Did they see him aiming the gun at them and perhaps not shooting at them?
I don't know the answer to that. We have so many students that have been interviewed because they saw something, they heard something, they believe they were shot at, and that's a lot of kids. We've done a lot of interviews. We have more to do. I can't speak to what any one of those students actually witnessed, but we believe we have witnessed.
I'm gonna say this, man. This is another false flag right here. This shit is government. This shit is all government. It's government orchestrated. Think about that shit, man. This is to terrorize the kids. This is to terrorize the parents. This world, America, is evil. I mean, there's a fucking evil undertone in this goddamn country, and I'm not saying the people are evil. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the system that's running America, the devil system, the satanic system, the demonic system, the government, them motherfuckers are evil. And then they fucking MK Ultra these people, and then they send them into these schools, and then they shoot at these kids. I don't think. Now, I know you got some crazy people out there that just don't give a fuck about nobody in this self, but this shit to happen every fucking month. This shit is not normal for this shit to be happening every fucking month.
Exactly. And without having clear reasons of why the child even did it in the first place.
That's what I'm saying. It's just out of the blue. Oh, he was a troubled kid. He just came in. He always dressed in black. That motherfucker was always going to see a psychiatrist. Those psychiatrists are government officials, which be these motherfuckers be sitting there mind controlling you, hypnotizing you, doing all this shit. And your ass go in there and you come out and you don't even know what the fuck they done did to you for that whole hour. You think you just sat there and talked to this bitch and told her that your mom didn't love you, your daddy wasn't there. But that bitch drugged you as soon as you came in, took your ass into another room, fucking MK Ultra your ass with some goddamn government scientists, and then set your ass back on the couch, and then you woke back up, and then she say, oh, your time is up. Time for you to go. You pay that bitch her money, and he's gone. But he don't know he's a fucking sleeper cell. Think about that shit. Sounds like a movie, don't it?
Yeah. But that's that shit crazy, because it's like every time you hear one of these little school shootings, the main question is, even if you get these kids and you lock them up, what was the reason for them doing it?
Yeah, we never get a clear explanation why they did it. They never sit them down and interview their ass. So why did you do this, little Timmy? Well, see, my mama cooked me some mac and cheese, and she didn't put the mac in the cheese right, so the bitch pissed me off. So I took my daddy's gun and I went and killed everybody at school. See, they don't tell us what the fuck really happened. You know what I mean? Oh, he was just a troubled kid. He didn't get his mac and his cheese right, so he killed everybody. Shit don't make no sense, man.
Yeah.
This is to the shootings.
Can you talk about what's been found at the suspect's house?
I can't talk about what's been found at the suspect's house because I don't know. But I think that they found valuable information for our case.
There seems to be an issue with the reunification investigation plans that were happening? At one point it was at one area, then it went to another. Was there any reason in particular for the confusion?
I can tell you that we always said it was going to be Bergen Meadows Elementary. Kids self-deployed in all kinds of places. So it was hard to round them up. And we're not being critical of those kids who ran to neighborhoods, who ran to the rec center, ran down the street, went to the library, so they were everywhere. So unifying all of that was a bit of a challenge yesterday, and that's just going to happen. It's just chaos. And it took a while to get our arms around that, get buses to the right places, and get parents back to their kids.
Is there an emergency system in place for kids just in case something like this happens? I mean, obviously it happened yesterday. Is there an emergency system in place here just in case where people can be able to meet up somewhere?
I don't know that that's a hard and fast written rule on what that emergency plan looks like. They have to be fluid because every situation is different, and what might work today may not work next time.
Man, I just can't get over this broad's hair. She got some fucking dirty ass hair. She need to go wash her goddamn shit and brush that shit 100 goddamn strokes a night. That shit just looks fucking filthy.
So it's just probably the framework is there, but we have to adjust to the kids and the parents who ran.
Jackie,
And I'm sorry, not the parents, the students.
have investigators made contact and spoken with the suspect's family, parents, guardians?
Yes, our investigators have been in touch with the suspect's family. Close contact.
What was the route?
To investigators?
Yes, they have.
What was the route that this young man took inside the school?
Great question again. I, as the PIO, do not know that. Our investigators have a really good understanding of how he moved about inside the school because we have great surveillance video, but I don't know that.
Follow-up question to that, the amount of time that passed. I know yesterday you guys were saying it was really a matter of minutes since you learned about it to get here. Do you have an idea now about how long he was in the building doing this?
Oh, another great question. It's a good question. I'm really sorry. I don't know how long he was in there.
Okay.
We got those calls so quickly starting at 12:24. It became very, very serious as the 911 calls flooded in. And that's all we need to know, that this isn't a swatting call. This is more than that. And that's why the resources that came up here as fast as they could, safely. And we were in that school very quick.
And clarification about inside, outside. Of our two victims who are in the hospital, one was shot outside, one was shot inside. Is that correct?
That is correct. One victim shot inside, one victim shot outside.
And I know you're not a doctor. Can you speak at all about what kind of injuries, like location of gunshots? Can you speak at all to the number of shots these kids took?
I don't know that. I'm hoping we need to let these families the victim families just adjust to what they're dealing with today. So we're really trying to be protective of our victims right now by not giving out too much information. So maybe tomorrow and the days that come.
A follow-up to the SRO question, and forgive me if you've already answered this, but should have an SRO been there? I know you said they left to do something. It sounds like it was okay for them to do that.
Sure.
Was that SRO following department policy, school policy, when they left the campus?
Yes. The SRO that was sharing responsibility of Evergreen High School is allowed to come and go. He can go to lunch. He might have to handle something in the parking lot, and he might be cover on something that's happening in the neighborhood or up in the Evergreen area, a cover car for that. So no, he did not do anything wrong.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
What happened when law enforcement did make contact with the shooter? You said they got to him in about 5 minutes.
Right.
What happened?
Could have even been less than that. That's just kind of an estimate. I'd like to tell you more about that, but I need to get permission to do that. It's a lot, but I'd love to be able to tell you that story. Maybe I can do that later. Okay?
Any idea how long the school will be closed?
Not going to the Evergreen High School will not be open this week. It's a guesstimate. Maybe next week. We have a lot of work to do and probably a few things that they'd like to do aesthetically to make that just a more healthy environment for the kids and the teachers. So I just don't know.
Was there body-worn camera video that will show at some point the officer's encounter with the shooter?
Yes. I don't know that it will be released right now. I know that it won't be released right now. How about that?
Yes.
But I do think that there's absolutely, there's body cam footage just showing more specific detail about the encounter.
And I know that you said that you can't say much about that encounter, but can you tell us if there were commands or was there a conversation of some kind that took place between that officer and the shooter?
I've got to get some better clearance and permission to do that. I understand that that's something you'd really like to have, so I'll see if I can get clearance for it.
Once again, for clarification, for if anybody wants to go pick up the car, to be at Bergen Meadows.
Bergen Meadows Elementary.
This news conference continuing from investigators in Jefferson County, Colorado, at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. They're talking about the school shooting that happened at Evergreen High School yesterday. We are also tracking some breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Jackie Heinrich from Fox News reporting that in Salt Lake City, the vice president and second lady planning to meet with Charlie Kirk's family and a number of his close friends. And then reporting that Charlie's casket, along with his family and friends, will be flown to Phoenix, Arizona, aboard Air Force Two. So that the latest reporting from Jackie Heinrich about that. We are also still tracking a threat that has closed the campus of Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach. It is one of several HBCUs across the country that has received some sort of threat today and has taken precautionary action as a result. All we know right now is they're saying there is a potential threat to campus safety and have been on lockdown. I've posted a little over an hour ago, I believe. They canceled classes. They're telling students to go back to their dorm rooms and shelter in place. Waiting for some updates on this, trying to get some more information about this as well. And we'll bring that to you as we get it. We are also, I should mention, tracking a ground stop that was issued at Orlando International Airport this afternoon because of a radar issue. That ground stop was issued around 12:28, so a little over an hour ago, hour and 10 minutes, so a little over an hour ago, hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes ago or so, having some sort of radar issues with the Central Florida Terminal Radar Approach Control, and that ground stop currently scheduled until 2 o'clock, although there is a chance of having to extend that. So we will keep you updated on that as well, certainly causing some flight issues and delays with that because of an issue with some equipment, some radar equipment there at MCO. Let me check here. It is still showing 2 o'clock expiration for that ground stop. We will see, so showing the average departure delay. In fact, I can just pull this up for you so you can see it too. Average departure delay showing 45 minutes. You're looking right in the middle of the screen there. MCO ground stop due to equipment outage, 12:28 p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. Let's see if we can get any more details from this, just talking about the radar issues. And again, there is a medium probability of extension, so if that gets extended past 2 o'clock, we will let you know. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after.
That's when the towers collapsed. Tried to do a U-turn to get out of there, but was overcome.
They're going to honor the lives of 84 Port Authority employees who were lost on 9/11. Among the first responders who ran into danger that day was Orlando firefighter Lieutenant Felix Marquez. He was a paramedic in New York City on 9/11, and he was on A Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about what he remembers about that day. He walks through the day from his perspective and also shares what he hopes people will take from it. Here's that interview on Good Day Orlando this morning.
So, Lieutenant, talk to me a little bit. I know you've told your story with us on Good Day Orlando before, but a lot of new viewers have not heard your story, and it is one that is certainly very powerful. Tell us what happened to you on 9/11.
So back in September 11th of 2001, I worked for FDNY back then, and I was assigned in the borough of the Bronx and was actually dispatched to go help out at the tower being hit. It was an MCI, so they pull units from all boroughs. So I headed out there, and I used to teach at LaGuardia College on the east side. I was supposed to go down to the west side, West and Bessie, but with the commotion on the radio side, I was supposed to go down to the west side, West and Bessie, but with the commotion on the radio and listening, and the commotion on our units, on the radio units, I ended up going, muscle memory, end up on the east side, end up going all the way down to decide to go all the way Battery Park and kind of go under the tunnel, come up on the west side. But it was so congested with people just running the streets, the highways, the FDR Drive, the highway on the east side, completely flooded with people running, just trying to get out from downtown. So we ended up going all the way around. They couldn't make it, so we just shot across, and that's when we got to, we just passed Broadway and ended up on, we were on Maiden Lane, passing Broadway, turns into Liberty Plaza. End up there, and that's when the towers collapsed. Tried to do a U-turn to get out of there, but was overcome by significant smoke and debris. Thought I did a complete U-turn, and apparently I didn't, and I thought I drove quite a bit of ways, but my engine seized because all the debris and the smoke kind of just snuffed out the engine. So we just got on, we started running, and we thought we were far enough, ended up into a building. The building got destroyed, and realized afterwards we never made it far. We were right across the street in One Liberty Plaza, the building right in front of the World Trade Center collapsed. And the building kind of collapsed on One Liberty Plaza, took out a significant portion of that tower, and that's why we were kind of stuck there for quite a bit.
You were stuck there for quite some time, Felix. How long were you trapped, and how did you eventually get out? For roughly, I don't know the exact time. It's just a lot of blur to me, but quite a bit. It was got there early morning and left late night. So probably over 20 hours or so. It was early in the morning when we got out of there. And then we got out, a bunch of construction companies came and started building ramps and stabilizing structure, and we started moving out, and we were able to get out and went down to Chelsea Square, where they evaluated us medically wise, and then fed us, because obviously it's been over 20 something hours we haven't eaten, so it was great. Wow. Felix, we were looking at pictures earlier of, I think maybe it was your wife and a daughter, and I just think, I can't imagine what they were going through that day, you not being home, probably not being able to reach them. Talk to me a little bit about what that day was like 24 years ago, and looking back on it now, what kind of perspective you have.
It's pretty interesting because my kids were so young. They were my middle child was just a couple of months old, and my oldest child was 3 years old. So really had no idea, but today they're grown women, and I just got a text every morning around the same time. They call, they text me, and like, Dad, we love you. We're so thankful that you survive and you're healthy today. So I always get that. So it does put into perspective. Like, I can't believe it's been 24 years this happened, and to think that, man, that opportunity, I would never had an opportunity to raise my daughters. So, and I'm very tight with my daughters. I have 3 girls.
Oh, God bless you. I'm looking at, as we're talking to you, of the video of the people reading the names on 9/11, and I imagine a day like this for you brings up some really raw emotions.
Absolutely. I lost a lot of friends. I lost my partner. She ended up passing a few years later from the cancer from the World Trade Center. But we lost, I lost so many friends, coworkers. So, never forget them. And that's probably the hardest part. And to be a survivor of September 11th, it sucks, in a way that, they perished, but yet I'm here alive today.
Yeah, the survivor's guilt. I mean, it's a real thing, and something I'm sure that has been traumatic for you. I have to ask, you did go through so much trauma, Felix. Why did you decide to stay a firefighter and come to Orlando and continue in this business?
Well, actually, that's one of the reasons why I moved to Florida. I wanted to just get away from all that, and had no intent of wasn't sure if I wanted to continue in this business, but I did. And I moved out here, and I got hired with Kissimmee Fire Department. I moved out here because I was getting hired, and ended up getting deployed. I was attached to the 124th Infantry here in Fern Creek, finishing up my reserve duty, and ended up getting deployed too on top of that. So it was pretty interesting. But that's one of the reasons why I wanted to just get away, move out here, and just start fresh.
We'll be right back with more coverage on Florida Live in just a couple of minutes.
Support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
And just in the last little bit, the last couple of hours here, the FBI has released these two surveillance images showing who they describe as a person of interest in connection with this shooting. This kind of completes the picture of what investigators had said earlier today about the suspect appearing to be of college age and blending in well into that campus community. These images showing a person of interest in connection with the Charlie Kirk shooting that we know investigators are looking for. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look outside the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C., where police are responding to some sort of incident. We don't know exactly what this might be. Seeing reports that there may have been some sort of threat made. So we are monitoring this situation as well. This is, again, a live look right now outside Democratic National Headquarters in Washington, D.C., and we will continue to monitor that. But all of this shows an escalation in political tensions, something that has been a trend that we have seen. So where do things go from here? And how do we kind of lower that temperature and show that political violence is not accepted? That was something I talked about just a little bit ago with Dr. Larry Walker. He is a political analyst and a professor at the University of Central Florida. And here's what he said about the situation we are in right now.
Yeah, the shooting yesterday certainly suggests that, as you did note, that, I watched a press conference with Utah authorities this morning. They haven't found the gunman. And so obviously when they find the gunman, we'll get a lot more information about what his motives were. But obviously we talked about, we just saw in the previous segment in terms of in the last couple of months, the number of shootings of individuals who were politicians or in the political sphere, so to speak. And so now the question is, what happens now in terms of, does this trend continue, or do various policymakers from different backgrounds and pundits, et cetera, come together and ask people to calm down? Because this country has a history of some political violence. Medgar Evers, Abraham Lincoln, JFK, I can go on and on. So it's going to be really important to tone down some of the dangerous rhetoric to make sure that Americans feel safe.
Why do you think now it seems like we are seeing this kind of ramp up and seeing more of these attacks just in the past year, even?
I think it's just the times we live in. And as I noticed some of the historical figures, we've had periods like this in the 1960s in particular, where we've had various individuals. I certainly remember probably the one most well known in 1968, Dr. King, and his assassination. So we've seen these kind of assassinations ebb and flow throughout U.S. history. Let's recall that Ronald Reagan was almost assassinated. He survived. So we've seen, unfortunately, this kind of violence in the past. So, like I said, the question really is, what happens in terms of the country moving forward?
Yeah, when we see those periods, you bring up the 60s, and not only Martin Luther King, but John F. Kennedy in the 60s, Robert F. Kennedy in the 60s. I mean, that was certainly a time that was fraught with some of those similar tensions. How do we get out of that, and where do we turn now to kind of break this cycle and this, like you said, trend that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, and I'm going to go to, as use an example, one individual we just talked about, that was Dr. King. Everyone's very aware of his position on nonviolence, and keep in mind he spent most of his adult life up until his assassination, dealing with a number of death threats and one other unsuccessful attempt on his life prior to 1968. So, and like I said, using him as an example in terms of finding, a way to find common ground on some issues to make sure that the United States continues to thrive and that we don't see an increase in these kind of events.
We hear a lot of people say, well, things have gotten so far out of hand, it seems like we can't agree on anything now, and people may be concerned that there's no kind of turning back from this. Given these lessons in history, do you think that should give us hope that there is a path out from this?
Yeah, I do think there's a path out from this. We talked about the 60s and obviously there also the end of Jim Crow in the United States, was able, some people might say steady itself a bit. But, to be honest with you, in the direction where things are happening, we don't have a choice but to reverse course. Because like I said, there's very turbulent waters right now. And it's going to be really important for policymakers, individuals that are nationally recognized, to let people know that, we need to find a way not to continue down the path. And like I said, we've highlighted just a couple of examples over the last couple of months of prominent individuals being, nearly assassinated or assassinated. So the question is, for Americans overall, what does the path forward look like?
And how what do we need to see from political leaders? Obviously this is something that I think falls on all of us as far as taking responsibility, in our own ways to try to dial down the rhetoric and try to find the common ground and that kind of thing. But what should we see from our political leaders, and what should we aspire to see from them to kind of set that example at either the local, state, or federal level that we can follow in politics?
Yeah, so I'm a former congressional staffer and live in D.C., so that's where we look to. We're going to look to D.C. leaders on both sides of the aisle, to D.C. to kind of quell some of the some of the rhetoric we're seeing. And we talked about the incident yesterday and a couple months ago, and what happened to President Trump. So, we have to look to elected officials to figure out how do we avoid more of these incidents in the future. Because the thing is that not only in terms of how it impacts those individuals, but also how it impacts those individuals' families. And so we cannot allow this to multiply over the next couple months, couple of years, because once again, we know from history, in U.S. history, that when that happens, that it could be big, a bit like, if you're on the beach and you see that, a large body of water headed towards you and you feel hopeless. So, but we can't allow that to happen. And, obviously certainly fall back on some of the democratic principles in terms of what it means to, live in this country and feel safe.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for that, because, I don't remember who it was who I heard say this yesterday, but basically saying this political violence like we're seeing, every time we have an incident like this, that's another hit on our democracy. And what do we lose, in a country like ours that is based on free speech and debate and, having these ideas and hashing them out, and, a representative republic and a democracy. What do we lose when we are at a point that we're seeing political violence more and more over, disagreements, instead of being able to converse and debate these in a policy, the political arena?
Yeah. So, and another really important and critical question. I think this is a question that the country has struggled and debated with the last, since its inception. And it does. There are a lot of questions about what it means for free speech and what it means in a democracy. People have a variety of views, and to avoid those views in a connection with some rhetoric. Contributing to violence. But, I think the other thing about it is that, compared to other countries in the world, I think the context is important. We're still a young democracy, and the United States and citizens are still learning what it means to live in a society where, people have differing views, but at the same time have the same aim to make sure that the republic is healthy. And once again, like I said, people feel safe, and we continue to, do the things that are necessary to make sure the country continues to grow.
What's the bottom line here, Dr. Walker?
I think the bottom line is that we have to temper the rhetoric. And like I said, I worked on Capitol Hill, and I've been on times when the rhetoric has been hot like it is now, and it's people going to look to leaders in D.C. and other capitals throughout the United States for guidance. And today and right now, as I said, Dr. King, in terms of his approach to life, I think it's a good example of how we need to move forward.
As we go to break here on Florida Live, I do want to give you a live look right now. This is at Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach. This is a live picture outside the nursing building, which is right off of West International Speedway Boulevard. We know that Bethune-Cookman campus is closed right now. Their Facebook post says they're even on lockdown at the moment. They did receive some sort of threat that has them taking these precautionary actions. We should also note that they are one of several HBCUs, historically black colleges or universities across the country, that has received some sort of threat today and has had to take action because of it. So we're monitoring this situation. Again, a live look right now in Daytona Beach at Bethune-Cookman University. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, a ceremony in your area today, very somber, very heartfelt, and the governor was there and gave some remarks as well.
Yes, that's right. The ceremony was held in Palm Harbor at Curlew Hills, and as you mentioned, Governor Ron DeSantis was in attendance. Now, the ceremony did have the traditional wreath laying, the bagpipes, as well as the bell ringing. Firefighters gave speeches, and high school students at this ceremony also spoke. They are high school students who won a 9/11 essay contest. Now, several speakers, they did remark on how long ago 9/11 now feels, and they also talked about how that feeling of unity that we had 24 years ago seems a little different today.
The highway was lined with hundreds of people with signs up saying, "God bless you, we love you firefighters, be safe," whatever. They were waving. Everybody wanted to do something. I just remember crying, just saying, oh my God, this is so beautiful. This country has never been more together than it is right now. You know, unfortunately, we're not there right now. Hopefully someday we can get back to that.
Dozens of retired police officers and firefighters who were working in New York on 9/11 or who went to New York immediately after the attacks did attend today's ceremony. And one thing that several people said is that it's difficult to explain 9/11 to those who are too young to not have lived through it. And there was a lot of applause when Governor DeSantis said teaching 9/11 is now required in Florida public schools. Garrett?
Yeah, certainly something to be said about that sense of unity in the days after, something that clearly we could use again. But I was really struck by listening to those kids talk and talk about their 9/11 heroes, and one of them speaking about their family members even, and the service and the sacrifice. Just a lot that we can learn from the heroes of that day.
Yes, there's definitely a lot we can learn. There were so many heroes, and it is a little challenging to explain 9/11 and what that day was like and what it entailed to somebody who did not live through it. I do have a very close friend of mine who was a New York City police officer on 9/11 and did help out at the World Trade Center. He has since retired, but he's actually a teacher now down in Sarasota County, and he often shares the experience of 9/11 and what it was like with his students.
Important to keep the memory alive, that's for sure. Nancy, our second story here in the Tampa Connection, and it's a sad update out of Citrus County.
Yes, that's right. Citrus County Deputy Andy LaHera, he was hit by a car a little over 2 years ago while he was helping direct traffic outside of the Lecanto High School graduation. He has passed away. Now, the crash left him critically injured, and he had a traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injuries. LaHera spent months in the hospital before he was moved to rehabilitation facilities. He joined the Citrus County Sheriff's Office in 2009, and then he became a school resource deputy after the Parkland shooting down in South Florida. Now, workman's compensation covered his injuries from the crash, but his health insurance coverage was uncertain. And that's why Governor Ron DeSantis signed the Andy LaHara Act into law earlier this year. It provides full premium coverage to all officers who are injured in the line of duty. LaHara, he is survived by his wife and 2 sons, and details about a memorial service will be shared within the coming days. Garrett?
Certainly a sad update there. And in Clearwater, Nancy, our third story today, still a lot of questions for family members of someone who disappeared 25 years ago.
Yes, that's right. It's been 25 years since 8-year-old Zachary Bernhardt disappeared from his apartment in the Savannah Trace Apartments over in Clearwater. Zachary is the longest running Amber Alert in the state of Florida. Now, on September 11th of 2000, Zachary's mother, Leah Hackett, she called police at 4:47 a.m. and said that her 8-year-old son was missing from their apartment at the Savannah Trace Apartments. She told police that she had gone for a walk and then went for a swim in the neighborhood pool while Zachary was sleeping. She said when she returned from her walk and her swim, Zachary was gone. Zachary has never been seen again, and investigators have called his disappearance suspicious. Now, the area was searched in and out by hundreds of people at the time. Detectives over the years, they've gathered more than 350 pieces of evidence, and Zachary's case fills 35 binders. Now, the information in those 35 binders was recently scanned into one searchable document using Project Adam.
All clear at Bethune-Cookman after basically put the campus on lockdown for a while over the concerns over those threats. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. And we're continuing to track the fallout as well from the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk at an event in Utah yesterday. A manhunt continuing for the gunman who is wanted in this. And joining me live now inside our streaming studio here is Orlando Rolone, former police chief. And Chief Rolone, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live. So we just got these surveillance images in the last little bit showing who the FBI is calling a person of interest in connection with this. And I'm just wondering what your kind of initial thoughts are as we learn a little bit more about who is believed to be behind this.
Well, I think anything that we can say about who may be behind this would be speculation at this point. But any evidence that may come into the hands of the agencies that are involved in the investigation, the FBI, local agencies, state agencies, is critical. So, for example, the image that they're now putting out for people to hopefully provide some feedback on is super important, so that if there's anyone out there who may have information to share it, so that they can continue their follow-up. But the fact that it's a person of interest is something that obviously will be very, very important for the investigators to try to get to the bottom of.
What would that coordination look like between these agencies in something like this that is, obviously getting a lot of attention? How does that work between the local and federal agencies involved as well?
Well, it's a unified command structure, a way of doing business. Everyone understands who has what responsibility. The rules are set early on as to who will be leading the investigation, but there are so many moving parts, and the coordination of that usually takes place in a setting where the information sharing process tries to be as fluid as possible. Things are changing from minute to minute sometimes, but the fact that this is not the first rodeo for the FBI, of course, and for many of the agencies that today have experienced incidents such as this, the information flow is really good and the cooperation is extremely well.
24 hours now since this happened, and I would imagine there has to be a sense of, we know there's a sense of urgency, but as time passes, is there a point where you start to get nervous as investigators saying we really need to figure this out?
Well, I can tell you one of our past incidents locally where one of our officers' life was taken, and it was over a week before we could catch the person responsible. So time is of the essence. Time is very important, and the quicker you can get to the individual that is responsible for a crime, the better. But the fact is that it is an evolving situation that will take time, and the thing is that they want to do things right. They want to make sure that they use every tool, every avenue available to them to try to resolve who's responsible for it, but they have to be diligent about it. They have to be thorough about it, and they can't jump into conclusions, and they have to make sure that everyone understands that they need the public's help in order to solve something like this.
Give a live look right now outside the Democratic National Headquarters in Washington, D.C., where we know there's a large police presence right now. Seen reports that there may have been some sort of threat called in there, and just another example, I think, of the rising political tensions, obviously, that we are continuing to see. We kind of ran down earlier a list of the acts of political violence we have seen just in the past year, and is certainly a concerning trend. And I'm wondering what is different about that from a law enforcement perspective when you're looking at things like this and politically inspired violence compared to some of the run-of-the-mill everyday things that you see when it comes to crime.
I think it's something that not only law enforcement but citizens of this country must process. You know, what is leading us to this point where we're so divided in certain things, but we also have to recognize that, or something that I reflected on today, September 11th, I remember how tragic that situation was, but how we all came together as one when we obviously felt attacked. Our nation felt attacked. And sometimes it takes a tragedy to bring us together. And I think we need to start thinking about ways to avoid the separation that we currently have when it comes to our political views, the way we see things. And we should see ourselves as a nation that obviously wants well for everyone. And whenever we see rhetoric out there that is dictating otherwise, or at least pushing for violence, we need to make sure we bring that to the attention of the authorities so that authorities can take action whenever something like that is affecting or putting in danger members of our communities.
To that end, from a law enforcement and security perspective, how do we make sure that things like this don't happen in the meantime? To this, people may be taking matters into their own hands, who may be outraged by something like this. How do you kind of balance all of that and handle all that? Very difficult, but the number one tool and the number one safeguard that any community can have is the information that someone out there has that sometimes they may be reluctant to share with law enforcement. It doesn't matter how small or how serious a situation may appear. If it gives you a gut feeling that something may go wrong, that someone may do something like this, it is very important to share that information immediately. And for law enforcement, they're only as good as the information that they can investigate, the information that is shared with law enforcement to try to address or at least look into and prevent something like this from happening. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult. Where do you think things go from here? So, of course, there's going to be an after-action report that will detail how the event was put together, what security measures were put in place. One key thing that I see that obviously continues to evolve in any setting is the use of digital security systems, cameras. If it hadn't been for that video clip or frame, who knows where we'd be today. So as the technology continues to improve, as more advances are made with video systems, I think people need to embrace the idea that these systems play a very important role in law enforcement and their ability to solve and prevent crime from happening. Yeah, we heard earlier from law enforcement even before they released those images saying, we have good surveillance images of this person. You would have to think that nowadays people are aware that these cameras are just about everywhere, and they are, technology has gotten to the point where they are clear, high definition in a lot of cases, and yet even that still wasn't enough to deter someone in this situation.
I think the conversation one day will lead to what technology can be applied to that video being captured that may be able to alert law enforcement to act on it. When the technology is there for a video feed to show that it's not normal, that maybe that one camera out of 1,000 cameras is the one that you need to focus on, and embrace the idea that it's not an invasion of privacy. It is a tool that is meant to protect you and save lives. I think when we get to that point, when we start implementing that or inputting that type of technology into the cameras, we will see even more positive results when it comes to what they can do to protect people.
Now, just to kind of take us behind the curtain here and what investigators will be doing now as they continue to try to track down that person of interest.
There's an army of individuals that are working at all levels. Again, local, state, federal, everyone is basically making their resources available to the lead investigative unit that is in charge of this investigation. So with that said, every tip, every information that is being collected that could potentially yield some results for the outcome of resolving the investigation, all of that is in play. So, and it not necessarily affect that area. I'm talking anywhere in the country or outside of the country, if applicable. When something like this occurs, everyone is all hands on deck, and everyone is trying to do their best to support the investigation, to obviously identify the individual who they're looking for, and to also solve the incident itself.
Well, now that those photos are out there, hopefully that will help people be able to know something. I recognize that person, and you mentioned the technology. Another way that could come in and hopefully identify him. And before I let you go, I do want to ask you. You heard us talking about the threats toward Bethune-Cookman and a number of HBCUs across the country. Mm-hmm. I just want to get your thoughts on this atmosphere where we see widespread threats going around in situations like that.
If you recall, something like this has happened in the past, and it almost feels as if someone is just is at the ready with the switch to turn it on so that all these threats go out to these specific schools. So as technology continues to evolve, I think we will be able to, one day in the future, be able to say, this is where we can pinpoint where that originated from and the person's responsible. So for any bad actors out there that are involved in that are supporting that type of disruption, beware. The technology, as it continues to evolve, one day this will be a thing of the past, I predict, when we will be able to identify those bad actors right away.
Is it just people trying to cause panic and chaos and disruption?
Unfortunately, oftentimes some people will do it out of spite. Some people will do it just for fun. And some people obviously have some ill intent in those threats. So for law enforcement, the tough thing is that you have to balance all that, and you have to basically side with caution. And that is why lockdowns and thorough inspections of the facilities and locations were affected by these threats. They have to take them all serious. But while they're doing that, that means resources are being pulled from other areas, meaning someone is likely to be affected by those threats regardless.
All right. Well, former Police Chief Orlando Rolone, really appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break. As we do so, give you this other live look at Bethune-Cookman in Daytona Beach on this Thursday afternoon. We'll be right back.
It was basically talked about how people...
Because it was quite graphic, to be honest, and I can certainly understand the reactions to that. So we wanted to talk with one of our tech experts about how that happens and why that happens and what can be done about that going forward. So I want to bring in Matt Rose, who is the CXO of TechRage IT in Winter Springs. And Matt, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Yeah, glad to help.
Matt, how is something like that able to spread so quickly in the aftermath of an incident like this?
So a lot of it is just kind of the way that these platforms are made nowadays for kind of instant gratification. Funny enough, I was talking to somebody last night at a soccer practice for my kid. Instant gratification. Funny enough, I was talking to somebody last night at a soccer practice for my kid, and it was basically talked about how people know to go to Twitter or Facebook or something like that, or X, I guess, to see something immediately. And that's kind of the way these platforms are known. And when you upload things to most of these, they actually aren't really able to check for that, for things like this. They're looking for copyrights. They're looking for you posting sporting events that are copyrighted, or, TV shows. And even that's not easy to do. So unfortunately, with something like this, that was obviously such a huge story, the platforms are not made to immediately find them, and they have to rely on the reports that people are going to do and reporting the videos.
Well, and then, one may be reported and taken down, but other people ripping off others' recordings of these. And is that just one way it kind of proliferates in the aftermath?
It really is. I mean, and that's unfortunately what happens. It's quite easy to download a video off most of these platforms, even if they're embedded into whatever, embedded into them. There's different things. And so, yeah, someone downloads it. Unfortunately, whether it's they want to share it for their own reach or they want to share it to get their own views on their platform, they're downloading it and it's slightly different. The file is slightly different, and it becomes a game of whack-a-mole, really. And until, they may have to shut down or just really get manual eyeballs on it, which I think is what happened in a lot of the cases yesterday. They finally had to start actually putting people on looking at this, not just bots.
It's kind of surprising that the technology isn't there, or at least isn't used to prevent something like this from spreading when it's showing such explicit violence.
Yeah, and I think that's a combination between how quickly technology changes, but also, and again, not to make a political statement or anything by that means with this, and this isn't political in the same standpoint, but I think there's also, these companies are marketing companies, they want the views. So I think to some level, it's also not in their best interest to slow down when most of the videos are not going to be nearly this graphic. They may be something that somebody finds offensive or somebody else doesn't like, but it's they kind of want it to go up there because they would like the views. They want and plus a lot of people are monetarily incentivized, right? You put something up on some of these, you actually get money. So it's a tough business decision. So I think they probably have some of it, and maybe this will force them to change, but I think some of it's been a business decision to allow things to go up somewhat unhindered.
Well, when I saw a number of people complaining, saying, well, I didn't even click on it. It just started playing after the video that I was watching on Twitter or X or whatever platform, it ended, and then went straight into that, and you didn't necessarily know what you were seeing until you saw it.
Yeah, and that's a combination of it's also algorithms, right? Because if you've looked at anything remotely political on these platforms, which I think all of us have, I don't care what your political viewings are, they've popped in your feed, you've looked at something, and so it hit every algorithm in that sense. So that's part of that. And the other part is, yeah, by default, most of these platforms on mobile especially will autoplay videos, and you have to specifically go and turn them off, or maybe they'll do something like they won't play if you're on a mobile network, which even nowadays isn't really the case. Back before data was so readily available, it would not play unless you're on Wi-Fi, but you have to specifically go into your settings of each of these platforms and tell it not to autoplay.
So is there something we can learn from this? Is there settings for us to change, or something to keep in mind that God forbid something like this happen again? Everyone has a camera, everything's on video now, and often spreads quickly on social media. So what can we do if
to speak to students here, as they've been active across 3,500 campuses across the country. Minutes into the event themselves, he starts having conversations, he starts talking about, the mass shootings, and then all of a sudden a single gunshot, according to authorities, goes off. Charlie is struck, and then chaos erupts. Take a listen to what one student had to say about that.
trans shooters, and then it gets shot right then at that time. That's crazy.
Yeah. What happened? Everybody is going. What'd you see?
So I saw Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck. I saw blood come out of his neck, and I heard a gunshot from like the left side.
What was going on? Tell me about the event.
So I was in line to speak at the event, and I was like the fifth in line, and then someone brought up talking about transgender gun violence, and someone ended up shooting him right when he was talking about that.
And then what happened?
After that, all the students got on the floor, I got on the floor, and then for a second everyone was on the floor, and then we all ran because we were scared from the shooting.
What do you think of all this?
I think that the school should put into place more protection, because now a lot of students are going to be traumatized or deal with trauma, and they're not going to be able to focus on their schoolwork, and I feel like it's not a safe environment to be holding events like that if you're not ready and prepared to protect the people who are coming to be in those events.
What were you there to talk about?
I was there to talk about immigration.
And so this was just a big kind of school effort of political people, or what was it?
Yes, so Charlie Kirk was coming to debate students on just various political topics, and there were a lot of students from both sides, students who identify as liberals and students who identify as Republicans. They were coming together to have a shared discussion. That is what I was told, and that's, I think, the intention of everyone there. I think everyone was just coming to see and just kind of support their side of things and share their topic on things.
What do you think about this division?
I think that it's really sad that we're in a place where we're using violence to communicate rather than handling things civilly, because this is America.
What's your name?
My name is Jacqueline Aponte.
Spell it for me.
Jacqueline. Last name Aponte, Aponte.
Who else wants to? I'm a Broncos fan too.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
What'd you see?
I was standing in the very top in the back, and I saw basically a loud pop noise, and then I saw blood shooting.
And so you kind of get the feel for just the event itself, what students were looking forward to, and what students did not look forward to, did not expect, did not think could ever be possible, at an event like this. Of course, Charlie Kirk, we see his videos. We know that he's not going into territory that's always welcoming. He has students who don't want him there. In fact, I'm going to report some really disgusting stuff here on top of the shooting that happened today. But one student said that after he saw Charlie get shot, when everybody else was dropping to their knees, praying before they ran out of there, he said he saw with his own
Down your mic. Mic check. Probably fucked the wire.
two eyes. Some of the protesting participants that were there, fist bumping and cheering, and it's just mind bending. It really, really is. We're still waiting to hear whether a suspect has been taken into custody. About an hour ago now, we saw multiple law enforcement vehicles speed off of campus, And we haven't gotten any reports after that. Conflicting information early on. First it was suspect has been taken into custody, then it was actually no, there's still a suspect out there on the loose. But you got to imagine there's so many people here, there's so much security surveillance here, they have to have some sort of ID on the suspect or have a good idea whether they spoke to witnesses and they described what the individual is wearing, what he...
All right, I fixed it. All right, Mike, Wally.
Yeah, no, I'm about to go. But one thing I will add is, regardless one way or another how this all goes, right? I think it's pretty clear. This is just what it is. Like, this is what we go to now. It's like, all right, look, we're gonna silence you when you're this, but now we're gonna silence you even when you're just talking or we don't agree or however it is. It's crazy, man. It's crazy at this point.
And you know what's even more crazier is that we just had a fucking school shooting and nobody's really traumatized by that shit no more because everybody's desensitized from that shit happening twice a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's getting crazy, man. It's getting crazy.
So I expect another school shooting next month. At least 2 more before the end of the year.
That's
That's
crazy.
what I'm saying.
That'd be crazy.
That is fucked up. Hey, are you going live later tonight?
I'm not going to lie. I mean, most likely I'm just putting up videos.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, shit, man. You take it easy, Wally.
Yeah, all right, man. Talk to you later.
You coming by.
Look like, how old he was approximately, to actually reviewing the surveillance footage themselves to see, okay, who is it here? Who are we looking for? Huge question right now, and I'm going to toss it over to my colleague Sarah Murphy.
And why hasn't the shooter been found yet? Now, this, of course, is still a very active investigation, but here is what we know. Active investigation, but here is what we know. The 31-year-old husband and father of 2 young kids was killed doing what he's known for, debating college students on campus. He was at Utah Valley University, which was set to be the first stop of a Turning Point USA campus tour. Turning Point is a conservative organization that was co-founded by Kirk when he was 18 years old. He's known for opening up a dialogue and entering into debates with students who have different views. Kirk was responding to a member of the audience when a single shot was fired from afar. That bullet hit Kirk's neck. Utah's governor is calling this a political assassination. We spoke with a former New York State senator and former Homeland Security advisor for New York about why it is taking investigators a long time to find the killer.
A rifle sound, sound of a report was heard, and yet nobody was able to identify an individual, which most likely means that the individual was shooting from concealment and maybe had some way to suppress or to hide the flash of the gun. And again, indicating that this is a sophisticated individual. One shot hitting the target from 200 meters away and then escaping without anybody seeing them. Those are the hallmarks of a professional.
President Donald Trump was close with Kirk. He said yesterday was a dark day for America. Trump has vowed to find whoever is responsible for Kirk's death and hold them accountable. Kirk and Turning Point encouraged young Republicans to get to the polls on Election Day, and some people credit him in part with helping get Trump reelected. Take a listen to what Trump had to say.
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the 2 young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world.
Back here in New York, all 4 mayoral candidates say this act of political violence has no place in our country. Trump has ordered all flags to be lowered to half-staff through Sunday. And again, the manhunt for this killer continues this morning. Kurt?
Thank you, Haley. Meanwhile, a man suspected in a brutal double murder in Queens is now in police custody.
Just dipping in there briefly to some of our coverage, courtesy of our partners at Fox 5 in New York. They first started with the fact that today we are commemorating 24 years since the September 11th attacks. And also we are following any and all new developments on the investigation into the deadly shooting of 31-year-old conservative activist Charlie Kirk. We are going to step away for a brief commercial break, but when we come back, we continue to follow along with more of the day's top stories. Stay with us. Is a story that is making national headlines today, and we have several partners from across the country covering it in depth. Let's head back to our partners there at Fox 5 DC.
Country on both sides of the aisle. A lot of Republican and Democrats agreeing the shooting highlights the tense political climate we're in this country. And joining us now for more insight, let's bring in both sides of the issue. Democratic strategist Christina Antello, Republican strategist Mark Williams. Always good to talk to both of you. Mark, I want to start with you. I mean, we've seen political violence ramp up against both parties, right? Members of both parties, supporters of both parties. This seems obviously like it could be a bellwether moment in potential change, but it's just hard to tell these days. So where do things stand right now when it comes to this climate of political violence? Do you see it continuing to ramp up before things get better? Is there a way to reel things in? What is your take after this latest attack yesterday?
You know, I hope and I have my fingers crossed that we can kind of turn down the temperature when it comes to our political rhetoric. But, you know, kind of achieving that means convincing people that, you know, everything that the other side does isn't the end of America. And I think both sides have kind of been guilty of that. And so we've got to figure out a way to take some of the pressure out of the balloon, take some of the tension down, or else things like this are just going to continue to escalate.
You know, Christina, you've been part of the political game for a long time. And I think one of the things that really stands out in this case that's disturbing to so many people, aside from the attack itself, you know, is that this is somebody who, you know, tried to go out and talk with people who didn't necessarily agree with him, right? It wasn't just speaking to people that were 100% in agreement, but were like, listen, I'll go out and I'll hear other people. That to me is what seems like is what is becoming lost more and more in this country. Is just not just the ability to agree with people on the other side of the aisle, perhaps, but to listen to them. Do you feel the same?
I do, and you know, it's funny because you know, one of the reasons we like coming on this show is that, you know, Mark and I get to come on here, and you know, I love that, you know, with Mark and I, like, we disagree on almost everything, but you know, I still think he's a good man, and we get to still be friends, and we're business partners, and I think that's kind of lost in politics. He and I listen to each other all the time, and we debate all the time, and that is the part that's lost on it. And he teaches me a lot about the other side, and kind of like, you know, sometimes changes my mind, and more people need to be open to that. And, you know, that is part of the thing that is lost.
Well, you know, Mark, it's funny because that's one of the exact reasons why I wanted to talk to both of you this morning, because you guys are a perfect example of being able to do that. So I guess that's the question, right? For people who may have trouble dealing with somebody who has ulterior political views than they do, the two of you have gotten along quite well for a very long time. What do you learn from each other? How do you do it? How do you recommend that somebody can coexist with somebody who might share a different political opinion?
It's a mutual respect at the end of the day. Like, I respect her immensely. I respect her opinions, but I also respect that we may disagree at some times, but we're going to disagree without being disagreeable. And I think we have to get back to that kind of rhetoric, or else we're going to continue down kind of this same dark path. And so, you know, like Christina said, you know, we continue to do this, and we want to continue to do this to hopefully provide an example that you can have this discourse, and there may be some days where we just don't see eye to eye, but you put the mics down and you hug it out and you move on with your life.
So that being said, Christina, and I respect both of you for having that mindset, being able to work together and carry on together as you have in the professional setting. That being said, Christina, in this moment, is there agreement? Is this one of those cases where potentially people could come together just based on just the awfulness of the act itself?
You know, I don't know. I guess my hopes aren't up. I guess maybe I'm just too cynical. I've been here a long time. Just this summer, we saw, you know, state lawmakers be shot down in their own homes, but we've seen judges as well. We've seen kids, you know, across the spectrum, arson in governors' homes. You know, it's kind of across the board. We've seen in the baseball game, you know, like the players being shot on the field, and then January 6th. I mean, like, we've seen some really, you know, momentous occasions of violence, and none of those have really swayed us. And so maybe I've just become cynical over the years, and it's just I hope that we can dial it down. I keep hoping that we dial it down, but I guess none of them really seem to do that. And I guess every time that this happens, I hope we take a pause.
I guess the question, one of many, Mark, is, if that cynicism, I'm sure exists among so many people across all the political spectrum, right? It's a challenge to stay away from the revenge part of it, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it, that, somebody did something bad on one side, so somebody wants to do something bad on the other side. How do you...
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call.
Environment that we're in that just sees more and more violence.
I think we've got to get away from it, everything being a life and death situation, and no pun intended. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that regardless of our political views, we care about the people that we're disagreeing with, and they're human beings. And I think one thing that needs to be kind of said over and over again is that, with Charlie Kirk being shot, there's now 1 and a 3-year-old that don't have a father, and that's just not good enough, and we've got to continue to move away from that.
It's personal for sure. Final word, Christina, what would you tell fellow Democrats today in wake of this latest attack?
I think we even saw last night on the floor of the House, kind of the same kind of disagreements happening there. Like, we do need to dial it down. Democrats do need to take a deep breath, and Republicans as well. We saw some commentary on Twitter. Like, everybody needs to take a moment and kind of reflect on it, and see the moment for what it is. I think that, even President Trump ordering the flags at half-staff, let's take a moment and reflect on it and stop for just 1 second.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Christina Antello, Democratic strategist, Mark Williams, Republican strategist. I really do appreciate both of you coming together and joining us today to talk about this. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you guys.
There you have it, some of the coverage there from our partners at Fox 5 in D.C. as they had both a Republican and a Democratic strategist there to talk about really what's going to happen going forward and some of the reaction that we have been getting from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. Of course, this is a bipartisan issue when you see deadly political violence in this form. That violence being against 31-year-old conservative activist Charlie Kirk. I do want to bring up this post here from Turning Point USA. Now, this is the organization that was founded by Kirk. And they posted this just yesterday. It says, "It is with a heavy heart that we confirm that Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity at this time." Back out live to this image that we have at the White House over in Washington, D.C. Now, as you know, President Trump has ordered the flags to be lowered to half-staff in honor of Kirk. That is going to remain in place until 6 p.m. on Sunday, I do believe. That is 6 p.m. Eastern time. Let's filter through some more of these reactions that we got just yesterday. I want to start with these brief comments from Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He was talking to reporters on Capitol Hill after learning the news.
We just want to make a brief statement here, and I'm going to go and ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence for our dear friend Charlie Kirk. We ask everyone to pray for him and his family. I'm just going to state the obvious here. This is detestable, what's happened. Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are. It violates the core principles of our country, our Judeo-Christian heritage, our civil society, our American way of life, and it must stop. We need every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop. Again, we ask for prayer. I'm going to go lead the chamber here in a moment of silence, and we hope for the best for Charlie. Thank you.
All right, so that was a brief statement from Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. That I do believe was given right before we learned that Charlie Kirk did in fact pass from the injuries that he received during that event in Utah. On your screen, you have a post here from FBI Director Kash Patel. Included in the post is a photo of Patel with Kirk. Patel writes, "Rest in peace, my friend, conservative titan Charlie Kirk. I am praying for Charlie and his family. His passion for America and fearless leadership inspired millions, and his impact will live on in this movement for generations." Still, we had several more lawmakers reacting just outside of Capitol Hill yesterday, given this deadly violence that we witnessed in Utah. So let's dip into some more of that reaction next.
It's not new, but it's actually when things like this happen, I think members are completely on edge. And, you know, people are mothers and fathers, and we shouldn't have to be frightened for our safety.
Whether you're a Republican or Democrat or unaffiliated or just someone living their life, everybody must condemn this, right? We cannot allow ourselves to devolve into a nation of political violence like this where it becomes common. It's unacceptable. We need to condemn it. You might know I was the lead Democrat on the task force investigating the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. I will always stand against political violence. That's not to say that we don't have tough, fierce debates, and I'm going to call out problems when they occur, because I will always do that. I will be honest. I'm going to say the truth to folks, but I'm going to condemn things like this when they occur.
We are all say this is not what America is and must not become, a country of violence to eliminate your opponents. A democracy is about discussion, debate, and voting, and having a confidence that that will resolve our differences, not through violence, but through democratic debate and decision.
We have freedom to speak what's on our mind and shouldn't get shot because we believe in our system of democracy. Conservative, liberal, whatever you are, you shouldn't be shot for your beliefs. Nobody believes in that.
Right, so you were just listening in there to some of the lawmakers yesterday on Capitol Hill reacting to the deadly shooting of activist Charlie Kirk. Here, more of this reaction pouring throughout social media. We have here a Time posting to X, Time's new cover. Charlie Kirk's killing could become not just a tragedy, but a catalyst, an event that radicalizes ever more Americans, less an aberration than a feature of our increasingly perilous national politics. And then continuing on here, we have this post from former President Barack Obama saying, "We don't know yet what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children." And then just one more here. We're going to continue to filter throughout these, throughout the day today. But Secretary Kennedy also saying, once again, a bullet had silenced the most eloquent truth teller of an era. My dear friend Charlie Kirk was our country's relentless and courageous crusader for free speech. We pray for Eric and the children. Charlie is already in paradise with the angels. We ask his prayers for our country. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we'll continue to check in with our partners across the country as we follow this developing story, the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. The organizers are already setting up for just one of these several ceremonies that we're going to be streaming for you live here at Live Now from Fox. So make sure you stay with us throughout the day today as, again, we commemorate 24 years since 9/11.
Disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And that was a statement put out by President Trump on Truth Social just yesterday regarding the death of Charlie Kirk. Here on your screen, we're going to go through a couple more social media posts on X. This first one from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And she says this: "When I ran for Congress at 23 years old, Charlie Kirk was one of the first people to believe in me and endorse my grassroots campaign. That's because Charlie Kirk believed in the potential and promise of young people across our country, and he inspired millions of them to get involved in politics and fight for our nation's conservative values." Charlie
reviewing video footage of the person they believe was responsible. Now, the shooter did appear to be of college age, blending in on the university campus where Charlie Kirk was killed yesterday. That is according to the commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety. Right now, it remains unclear as to exactly how far the shooter traveled, although law enforcement officials did say that they found a rifle in nearby woods, along with other material there as well. And we also wanted to share another social media post from Fox News, as they did provide a little bit more information into some more details. And we're going to work to get that social media post up for you as we continue to take a live look right here on the campus. You could still see some of the crime scene tape around this area as so many people were fleeing. But we do have that social media post up right now stating that sources have told Fox News that messages were found written on the gun and ammunition used in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So that is the very latest information that we did want to bring to you. And we continue to follow more information right here. And for that, we do want to bring in Kenneth Valentine, who is a retired Secret Service special agent. And Kenneth, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Most welcome, Stephanie.
So I want to start off with this. The photos that the FBI just released a short time ago, they're calling this person a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murders. This is the very first time that we're even seeing photos of someone that they're interested in. What can you glean from the FBI sharing these photos and, you know, the information that we've been receiving from them?
Well, I think the more information they put out, the better, because someone's going to identify this person and know who this is and start the process of making that positive identification. And that is critical, because once he's positively identified, then they can start searching for social media, for access, financial transactions, cell phone, all those things that in today's society you tend to have and that tend to leave a trail behind for how to find you. So the more information they put out, the more the public is likely to make an identification, give them a tip, some piece of information that's going to bring this puzzle to fruition and help us to locate this guy.
I also wanted to ask you, we did receive, we heard new information from the FBI this morning as they indicated that they found a high-powered bolt-action rifle that was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. When you hear specifically the make and model, of the weapon that was used in this assassination, what can you glean from that information?
Well, the first question is that the rifle, or is this something that somebody put out there? I think the inscriptions on the rifle and on the shell casings are going to give away the shooter's motive, if that's indeed his rifle and his ammunition, much like the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO when the killer there did the same thing. So it sounds like a little bit of a copycat scenario, possibly. And it's going to help us to identify them. There's going to be DNA hopefully left behind there that would also help triangulate who this person is. We know the motive now if that bears out. And so all of that is very, very helpful. And so, in a time when we don't have a terrible lot to be thankful for, Charlie Kirk, a great American, is dead. We're mourning 9/11.
I've been riding this trail a long time. I remember when agents
in this search is good news to me.
It's interesting because you bring up the Luigi Mangione case, and that's really what happened, is that there were initial, kind of grainy surveillance video footage of him. And then, a number of days later, law enforcement, they find the weapon, they find these engravings, and then eventually, he was captured as a suspect in that murder. Especially with the engravings, it almost seems like, they want to be caught in a way. They want their message to be heard, to be found, and to get it out there. What do you make of that? Because it seems like it would only make sense to try and hide your tracks if you didn't want to be found.
I agree, Stephanie, and there seems to be some sort of a sick celebrity notion that goes along with doing these acts of violence. And you go all the way back to the Lincoln assassination when the killer, John Wilkes Booth, jumped from the stage and tried to make some theatrical getaway, not trying to hide who he was or who did it, and broke his leg in the process. But there's a big part of me that's really disgusted by how much this seems to be celebrated. Certainly after the United Healthcare assassination, there was a lot of seeming celebration by certain people about his killing, and I certainly hope we don't go there with this one as well. But the killers seem to have this mindset that suggests that that is an aspect of it. If this guy truly wanted to not have his identity known, he would have been fully covered here. His face, he covered his eyes and his head, but how hard would it be to get a ski mask and wear that and be completely covered, not even give away skin tone or anything like that? So there does seem to be that sick celebrity violence that goes with this, and I hope that we do a good job of putting that to bed and not celebrating that.
And let's also talk about some of this video that we've seen of an individual on the roof of this campus. When we're talking about the security measures in place for these very high-profile individuals, especially at a time when there's so much volatility and anger, what do you glean from that? Because again, this just reminds me of the assassination attempt against President Trump, when this individual was allowed and actually did scale onto the roof. And that was when Secret Service were there. You would think that lessons would have been learned in terms of, how to protect areas.
Right. No, that's a fantastic and insightful question. The three most important things about protecting people and events are prevention. The second one is prevention, and the third one is prevention. And what we're seeing here is a failure to prevent knowable acts of violence that are possibly going to happen. And in the case of Butler, the Secret Service failed to prevent long-range threats. They provided executive protection. They provided some event security, but they failed to mitigate long-range threats. Very preventable, very identifiable and mitigatable. In this situation, Charlie Kirk did have an executive protection team, but they're looking in. You saw a few people flanking him. You saw one gentleman in front of him that, by the time the shot rang out, Charlie Kirk was falling backwards. This guy still hadn't reacted, nor would he have the opportunity to react. The event is already over. And so there's a failure to prevent here. And there are mitigations that can be put in place, even at outdoor events, that are precautions that should be taking place when you have high visibility people that are, receiving death threats every day. I love the fact that molecular resonance is on the horizon, and the day that becomes commercially available and usable by law enforcement and event security people, we're going to be way ahead, because even if they had put up magnetometers for this event and everyone who went into that bowl went through a magnetometer, it only stops people in that bowl from having weapons. And so there's your the mitigation of those near threats. But long range threats still existed outside the bowl. Molecular resonance would have picked that up. Based molecular resonance technologies is right on the horizon and ready to go. So that will help mitigate those things. But there are other things that could have been done. They could put up flags. They could have put up barriers to make the bowl rim higher so that shots like that wouldn't even be possible. So there's a failure to prevent, and you can say what you want, but prevention is not cheap. It is expensive. It comes at a cost, but my goodness, the cost of not preventing these things is so much higher.
And I also wanted to talk to you about this, Kenneth, because time is always of the essence. And the FBI earlier today was stating that it appeared as though, the suspect was blending into the crowd of college-age students. What do you make of that? Because now, we're coming up on, almost 24 hours since they were able to escape. What kind of footprint is the FBI and other organizations taking a look at?
You know what? The FBI is very, very good at what they do. My dad is a retired FBI agent. My uncle was in the FBI as well. And so my hat's off to them. They've got a big job, and they're going to have to cast a very wide net. But they're looking at this from every conceivable angle, both from physical evidence, forensic evidence, videotape evidence, and then eyewitness accounts too. And so now that we have a weapon found in the woods, we know direction of travel. We can start scouring neighborhoods for video evidence, in addition to the event evidence. So they've got their hands full, but now we have a direction of travel. We have a means, we have a motive, we have a photo that can be disseminated, and the tips are going to start coming in, and hopefully the chokehold on this guy is quickly brought to a close, and we have him in custody.
You were mentioning, Kenneth, that the FBI always does a tremendous job, with experts, their background. How much are they not telling us? Obviously we now have these photos of the person of interest. They've shared that they've located the rifle, and they're taking a look at, various pieces of evidence. But beyond that, how much more are they withholding to maintain the integrity of this investigation?
Well, at the end of the day, they are going to want to get prosecution on this guy. So they are going to hold close certain pieces of evidence that they don't want to disclose because of that pending prosecution and hopeful prosecution of this guy. But what they are going to put out is information that they need more information about. So things like photos, and I hope that they put out what's transcribed from the etchings that they find, because that may be common language. They're going to be scouring social media for those same words to see if anyone has put out anything like that. Maybe it's unusual and shows that direction of interest toward Charlie Kirk and others like it. So they're going to put out all the things that people can help with that are going to bring this to a conclusion. And with my prayer is that is today. We really need closure on this and not have this guy running around.
law enforcement, everyone has said that this was an assassination. This was Charlie Kirk was specifically targeted. When you take a look at the method, when you take a look at the timeline, when you take a look at all of the pieces of information that we know, how much intention do you feel was put into this act of violence?
Well, in my estimation, there's a lot of intention here. This person had to figure out ahead of time where might he likely get a good shot and get away, because most of these guys are opportunists. They don't want to be caught, certainly not immediately. So they're going to look for a place where they can conduct their crime and get away. And so this guy found a rooftop. Chances are he had to know how to get up on that rooftop. So he's done pre-attack surveillance that would lend itself to his success on the day of. The fact that he made a 200-yard shot is good to know, because that suggests to me that this is not the first time he's fired a rifle, that he likely had an optic on top of that rifle that helped him zero it in. Unfortunately, he waited until Charlie Kirk put his hand down with that microphone that may have helped deflect that shot. But, at the moment that Charlie put his hand down with that microphone is when he fired that shot. And, unfortunately, it was a very effective, well-targeted shot, and it was unencumbered because his hand was down. So I suspect that he did wait for that. So it shows, some patience on his part. I'm not going to say he's some kind of professional, but he certainly showed some patience and some diligence and some pre-attack, work that he put into accomplishing his mission.
All right, and I did want to share, and I just wanted to take this in full for our viewers, another look at the person of interest. The FBI just releasing these photos. They're calling this individual a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murder, and now they are offering a reward of up to $100,000. The FBI also sharing this via X, stating that they are offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest of the individual or individuals responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. So we did want to share that with you, but we're also following, some other breaking news stories. And, Kenneth, I did want to ask you about this, as we are, receiving information that 5 historically black colleges and universities are now on alert after threats. And, you were listening in as I was reading some of those, statements from the university. They're calling this, out of an abundance of caution. But I have to imagine whatever information that they received that they have identified as potential threats were serious enough for them to put the campus on lockdown, cancel classes, and in some cases for 2 days, and tell everyone to just stay away. When you hear that preliminary information, what are your thoughts? This does come the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This also comes on the day marking 9/11. What are your thoughts when you hear that 5 of these universities specifically have now acted, because of these potential threats?
Yeah. Well, the first thought is, I hope is that if they are acting on specific and credible information about attacks or threats, that those are followed up, that those are followed up at the highest priority to put in custody people who are going to do this. Enough of the violence. We've seen enough. We don't need any more of this. It's not helpful on in any way, shape, or form. And so if there are people making threats to students and faculty, to campuses and to other human beings, then they need to be stopped, they need to be prosecuted, and they need to be brought to justice and make an example of them, because the American people have had enough of this. And so if there are people making threats to anyone out there, I certainly hope that those are going to be taken very seriously. It sounds like the campuses have taken them very seriously. I hope that law enforcement will follow up and bring people making threats to justice, because it simply does not help our situation. It's the wrong response at the wrong time.
You know, and before we let you go, Kenneth, I did want to get your take. We are commemorating, 24 years since September 11th. This is a live look right here, as many continue to honor those who have lost their lives. And you have a very, your own personal experience with September 11th. Before we let you go, I did want to give you the opportunity to, to share your thoughts and your own experience on this day.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. 9/11 is a special day for so many people, and myself and many of my colleagues assigned to the Presidential Protection Detail that day with the U.S. Secret Service hold it in special memory. And I was not with him in Florida that day. I actually had the day off, which was a little unusual. Given that I had that happened on a Tuesday, I had Tuesday and Wednesday off, and it was the first time in my tenure on the President's Detail that I received 2 days off in a row. So it was, of course, I didn't get 2 days off in a row, but I was scheduled that way, so I was grateful for that. But I did have to respond to the White House that night and serve the President and the First Lady, protecting them at night at the White House on the evening of 9/11 when we did get a report that there was a loose aircraft that was headed for the White House. And based on the speed, the direction of travel, all those things, they estimated that we had less than 2 minutes to make a decision, and the decision was made to evacuate the President and First Lady from the impact zone of the White House. So we did that, and I talk about that in my book, Cheating Death, because it was the perfect way to explain how preparation meets opportunity. And we'd all rehearsed this drill. We'd all prepared to evacuate the President, the First Lady from the White House. And we had done this over and over and over, knew exactly what we were going to do, when we were going to do it. But we'd never done it with the President and the First Lady, obviously, and certainly not under duress. And 9/11 showed us that the training that we received, the preparation that we put in was all worth it, because we effected a very efficient and effective evacuation that night for the President, First Lady. Thankfully, it wasn't a false alarm. It actually was a military jet that did not have his transponder turned on, was not on the right frequency, and he came a lot closer to dying that night than we did, because he was almost shot out of the sky, but thankfully got on the right frequency just in the nick of time. So preparation meets opportunity. I'm out preaching that. I write that in my books, and I talk about how we have to stay prepared. We have to stay vigilant, and it pays off. And it pays off when you least expect it. But you don't want to be making up your plan in the moment. You want to be prepared for that. You want to think that through ahead of time, and then the opportunity will, show itself.
Kenneth, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us on a number of major stories as we continue our coverage throughout the day. We appreciate it.
You're most welcome.
And here is a live look of One World Trade Center out of New York City as we continue to honor those who lost their lives 27 years ago in the September 11th attacks. We are going to be stepping away briefly, continuing our coverage in just a moment. Bribes, extortion, and acting as an agent of the Egyptian government. Prior to the announcement of her sentence, Nadine Menendez, who was very emotional, sobbing in court, addressed the court. She blamed her husband in part, saying that she was duped by his power and stature, and that she felt compelled to do whatever he wanted, like calling a meeting or meeting with other people. So we did want to share that breaking news, and this is some of that video of the gold bars, the luxury cars, and the cash that were found inside their residence. So we are going to continue to follow this, and also wanted to share this. The Associated Press also sharing the breaking news, stating that the wife of former Senator Bob Menendez is sentenced to 4.5 years in prison for selling her husband's political influence for cash and gold. We're going to step away briefly, continuing our coverage in just a moment.
And
And after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We ask the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock. All day yesterday, through the night last night, investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., this subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles. Charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her. You say you're confident that this thing is happening back in who they are. Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanor? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask, what are the security arrangements in place? Is that movement being monitored? It's a question many people will have.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. And we're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
Gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods, and is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Ball said with the BBC, from the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he...
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words...
Or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
But you have a clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
So did you trace the gun's owner?
The gun that you've been able to recover, do you believe you know who this person is, the person that you're looking for?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now.
Any fingerprints or DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release.
Agent Bowles, there's been a lot of turnover in the FBI. Do you think that's impacting the investigation?
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
Are tweets like the one yesterday useful though, where we announced the suspect is
All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
Questions for right now. Thank you, everybody.
That was the latest information from the FBI as you're taking a live look from the crime scene where Charlie Kirk was assassinated yesterday. And we also have a new update to let you know about the FBI issuing a press release indicating that coming up at 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about 1 hour, they will be providing a new update into Charlie Kirk's assassination. This comes on the heels of the FBI releasing two different photos of someone they're calling a person of interest. So the FBI will be holding another news conference in just about 1 hour at 2:45 p.m. Eastern time to provide more information into their investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination and into their search for the gunman. We are going to step away for a brief break. We do have a lot more coverage to get to. Stay with us.
To Utah, we're on the ground, and so potentially they will be a part of that next press conference, giving an update, of course, with Kash Patel being the director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, the deputy director. So once that gets underway, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, still focusing on this image that we're still watching as the FBI has now released that with that manhunt underway, now asking for more answers with this person of interest. To bring into the conversation now, former FBI agent Scott Duffy. Scott, you've been with us. You were here with us yesterday when we brought all of this out as breaking news. Now this photo has officially been released. The FBI calling this a person of interest. When we're about to put it back up on the screen, I first want to get your reaction to seeing that photo. What do you see as someone who's in law enforcement, who's conducted some of these investigations?
Yeah, so I love seeing a photo of I would typically call a suspect. It may end up being that this person is not involved, but ultimately law enforcement is holding close to the vest the reason why they believe these photos are connected, and thereby this person needs to be identified to get further information. It may very well be their suspect. So that's
and I'm going to have to pause it right here, Scott. On right now, we did bring this as breaking news to folks as well at home that there was a bomb threat that was called in there to the Democratic National Headquarters in Washington, D.C. We're getting this live update there from police. They're now speaking. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Tracking over 14,000 threats by the end of the year. So that environment was present before today, and we're prepared to keep the numbers of Congress.
Do you guys have any idea where this particular threat against the DNC came from today?
We're working through that right now. It came in through an email, message, but we're continuing to work the leads that we have to be able to hold folks accountable.
Speaker Johnson said today that, in order to give every member of Congress a protective detail, you'd have to hire 5,000 more Capitol Police officers, and it's just, something like that isn't feasible. So, what are steps individual members could take, or, things that they could do in the interim to prepare their security? You've got Nancy Mace saying she's going to carry a gun. Other members saying they're going to stop holding outdoor events.
We continue to work with members and make sure that they have the intelligence with the events that they go to, work with local law enforcement when they're outside of the D.C. area, and then be able to provide them the security that they need when they're here in D.C.
Have you given them any guidance, or will you give them any guidance in particular about outdoor events?
We continue to give them guidance when it comes to any event, depending on what our intelligence tells us for any given circumstance.
Chief, what's the history of other bomb threats to the DNC, the RNC, other places on Capitol Hill here?
I mean, we unfortunately respond to a number of these. And normally we don't have press conferences, and we don't have, a number of reporters show up to report on these. It's something that we routinely respond to and clear on what I would say is a regular basis. But this is different today. After the events that happened yesterday, and we're talking about this is the anniversary of 9/11. And I think that's why you see me speaking here today, and I think that's why you all are here today as well.
Wasn't it shortly before the 2020 election and January 6th, that there was that last, I think, bomb that was placed outside the building. Is there any reminiscence to that incident and this happening again at the DNC?
You know, that was obviously long before I got here, but you know, that incident is still under investigation, and that actually had something to follow up on rather than just a threat.
All right, guys, we've got time for a couple more questions, then we can wrap
Well,
up.
is the situation here all clear, or will it be kind of an ongoing assessment for the next coming days?
You know, I would expect in the next couple hours we'll be able to clear this site and return to regular operations.
All right, one more question.
The importance of canine units in this type of detection of any bomb threat.
That's the way we are able to work very quickly. To be able to clear a very large space is with our canine and our canine handlers that are expert at being able to do that. So we would not be able to clear something like this without a tool like what we have with our canine.
Okay. Are there any plans, just very briefly, are there any plans to step up security either here around the Capitol or with members?
You know, we enhanced our security posture yesterday and continued it today, but we will continue to be in a heightened security posture going forward.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, as you see there, did have to dip directly into that. This all happening outside of the D.C. headquarters in Washington, D.C. Want to put this up on your screen. This is from Fox 5. Some of our partners there locally saying that Capitol Police are responding to a potential bomb threat directed towards the Democratic National Committee. Their office is held there at 430 South Capitol Street in our nation's capital. But as you heard there, saying that this bomb threat was not credible, but ultimately saying it came in through email. They also talked about the importance of using canines and sweeping the building in some of those investigations when these calls come in. And so now bringing back into the conversation, perfect person to have around in a conversation like this, Scott Duffy, retired FBI agent. Scott, what did you hear there that stood out to you as he was talking about that bomb threat that's now happening? Of course, all of this coming on the heels of Charlie Kirk's assassination just yesterday.
Yeah, what I liked, what the chief had said, that this was a surprise to him with regards to having to come out and do a mini press conference, because he had indicated this is somewhat of a regular theme with regards to these bomb threats. So, and I have, in the course of my career, have come across many bomb threats that you can tell the different levels of the threats. It's something that goes out. Law enforcement responds as if it's a real thing. So they are securing the scene, putting the dogs and other resources to be able to say there's nothing physical that can do harm. Now let's get to the investigation of working it backwards, whether it be by a cell phone, telephone, or in this case, an email. So I think he's already shown it's a regular thing for them. They have a great protocol in place, and obviously resolving these so that way the employees can get back to work because they're probably evacuated and go on with their everyday business. But as you said, Christina, on the heels of the murder of Charlie Kirk, on the day of the 24th anniversary of 9/11, there is a heightened awareness, especially in this very politically just a lot of tension that's going on. So this is the right thing for the chief, and then to be able to put additional resources to ensure to those that are there that the threat is not a real threat.
And I'm sure that makes a lot of folks feel at this time a bit better, as everyone honestly is on their pins and needles, especially in the political world. I do want to let you know that there was a statement that was released earlier today from some of those. They are saying that out of an abundance of caution, Capitol Police is conducting their interior sweep of the building. As DNC Chair Ken Barton has said, political violence in every form has no place in our country. We are grateful to the U.S. Capitol Police and DNC building security for responding so quickly and professionally. And so while we had that update breaking there, we still want to continue on now while we're here with Scott Duffy to talk about the other vantage point of the other major story that we had brought to folks as breaking news yesterday. Taking you back out live now at this point there in Utah. This is some zoomed in footage there on the screen, but this is at the Utah Valley University as this manhunt is still underway at this hour in the investigation of Charlie Kirk's death. Now the FBI releasing photos earlier this morning of that person of interest, saying that they would like to bring them in. So I want to put it up on the screen. You were responding to this, Scott. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to continue discussing. So as I'm putting this back up on the screen, I want to get your reaction to seeing some of these photos. How important is this that they're releasing this out to the world, asking for tips? And what do you notice about this particular picture that might be helpful to those investigators?
Yeah, so the investigators are releasing what they believe will be helpful. So I imagine there are additional photos that they're combing through to figure out the direction, what else, who else he might have been connected with. But ultimately, like I have gone through many surveillance video, that you are looking at the clothing. Is there something unique to the logo on his shirt, to the logo on his hat? Is there something that is so unique that that they can identify perhaps where that T-shirt or that hat came from? And trust me, they are sending resources if it's something that is somewhat unique, as opposed to, hey, thousands and upon thousands of people will have that. It's not a lead that you can quickly identify, because that is number one. Identify this individual. And then the tips that are coming through, the FBI knows if they put out something that's going to lead them down a rabbit hole. So you're dealing with probably tens of thousands of tips. Look at this individual. Does he look similar to somebody that you're on the bus with, the train with, passing on a street, and thereby you're going to call the tip line, but most likely it's not that individual. So they're going to concentrate on, are the tips coming from an area? So, for example, here in Utah, how fast is it that if this individual planned their escape to jump on some sort of airplane, mass transit, whatever have you, or in a car where they're able to get out of the area, but they want to be able to concentrate to where that tip most likely will lead to the identification. So this way they can now perhaps compare what they already have at the scene to what possible names that are be given to them by tipsters out there. So they're doing a lot with the photo itself, and then of course with the analysts that are running through, my belief, lots of.
Hey, how's that New Year's resolution going? What are you talking about? You know, that YouTube channel you say you're gonna start? Well, yeah.
Like a white male, and dressed somewhat in a manner that any college student or anybody on a campus would look like.
And that's the interesting part, Scott. It does feel like this is a bit of a needle in a haystack, saying that he was so easily able to blend in with the crowd while keeping his eyes concealed with those sunglasses. I also want to put this up on the screen. As we've been talking about these tips that are coming in due to the FBI releasing those photos, Fox News has also been doing some digging on their own, just like so many other internet sleuths. I want to put this up on the screen. This is from Fox News correspondent Matt Finn. He said, looks like this could be the type of shirt the person of interest in Charlie Kirk's shooting had on. They're saying that the shirt in real life has Land of the Free, Home of the Brave on it. A clear picture of what it might be. It has a American flag and a bald eagle. Of course, we're not saying that this is the photo, but so many people are going to be sending tips like this directly into the FBI. How important is that for this investigation as people are thinking and viewing? Somebody might come across the right answer at the right time.
That's absolutely right. Analysts, and there are lots of analysts that are dedicated. That's why the FBI, with their endless resources, so to speak, that they can bring lots of individuals, analysts, criminal analysts from all these different offices to be able to concentrate on this. And they are going through, scrubbing through social media, looking at things like this that comes from Matt Finn, and to be able to say, can we take what we believe to be the logo that most matches the surveillance video and try to do a deeper dive into being able to pinpoint it, and then to figure out, where did this shirt come from? How popular is it? And will it give us any smaller of an area, as opposed to, hey, it's another T-shirt that's been sold on the internet that can have gone anywhere out in the world. So that's something then that will be something that may not lead to the identity of this individual, but most likely, if this individual does not have this T-shirt, it could be in his possession during some sort of subsequent search warrant. So these are vital. And this is also what the FBI and any law enforcement agency weighs to putting out information that they want to be able to ensure they have all those pieces of evidence, but they also realize it could be discarded. Right now, they are trying to identify this individual regardless, so they can get a search and an arrest warrant to secure this individual.
And so as we're talking about the investigation ongoing, I want to dive into just a few pieces of it here. Scott, earlier today, those investigators say that they had traced the sniper's escape route and recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle. This is according to the FBI Salt Lake City special agent who was in charge. They also said they'd obtained foot, palm, and forearm imprints linked to the crime. Talking about as well, saying that some of the evidence that they recovered had messages on it. This is a lot to talk about here. And I'm putting this up on the screen. This is from Fox News, saying sources tell Fox News that messages were found written on the gun and the ammunition used in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, with them finding that key evidence: foot, palm, forearm prints that in this crime, the high-powered bolt-action rifle, also knowing that there were messages on it. What do you feel in this conversation? What does that bring now to those investigators? What are they going to be looking at?
So physical evidence and nothing like DNA and fingerprints, palm prints, whether it be a shoe print or a footprint, all those things are fantastic. If this person has never dealt with law enforcement and has absolutely no criminal history and any contact with law enforcement to have been fingerprinted, then those fingerprints, palm prints, they're not going to identify the individual through a database, but they're absolutely going to be used for comparison and to say what we have at the scene or the weapon, wherever they lifted those prints from. This will be able to be fantastic for prosecution as they go down looking for the individual, but also keeping in mind there needs to be a prosecution. And so they will be able to tie that person with the fingerprint, palm print, whatever else that they're obtaining. So these are fantastic pieces of physical evidence to tie whoever they get into custody to the scene and continue on with a lawful prosecution.
And so I also want to put this up on folks' screen. This is a live look there at the medical examiner's office in Utah. When it comes to even what they're seeing with Charlie Kirk and where the body now goes, we do know that Vice President J.D. Vance has flown from the nation's capital alongside his wife, Usha Vance, to be able to take the family and the body of Charlie back to Arizona. Did investigators get what they ultimately needed in that short period of time as it pertains to the manner of death at this point?
Yes. So, they're not going to release the body unless they've done a complete autopsy. And there were probably, as I have been at autopsies, both investigators, whether it be both FBI and the local law enforcement in charge of the jurisdiction for this university, where they are obtaining whatever physical evidence, clothing, and everything else that they can take from there to ultimately be secured and analyzed at somebody's laboratory. My belief would probably be the FBI laboratory. So anything, shrapnel, whatever that they're able to obtain to ensure that it was thorough, and then ultimately for the family to be able to receive the body and proceed with a funeral.
And so we'll continue to keep our eyes on this situation. Last question before I let you go, Scott. We always appreciate your time here, but let's talk about that suspect one last time, as it's been 24 hours since this incident occurred. And of course, the FBI putting out these photos of the person of interest that they were looking, not a suspect, but a person of interest, asking for more tips. Where could they be? The scope of where they could possibly be now that it's been over 24 hours, how does that change as well with the investigation?
Yeah, so like anything else coming into an investigation, that you have your crime scene. If the individual has escaped, as opposed to we have seen in in active mass shooters, this, though well intended to be a targeted event, where that person very few times has escaped, right? It has happened, but for the most part, they've either met their demise by law enforcement intervention or suicide. Here we have a targeted event where somebody has executed their plan and now has escaped. So where and what have they escaped with? Have they had some sort of modes of transportation? Are they in need of dropping whatever they were driving and then either jumping into another vehicle, stealing a vehicle? What are their capabilities to continue on and to get as far away as possible? It all depends, and I've seen time and time again that there may be lots of planning going into the execution of this crime, and very little for the escape. And then even though they have escaped this inner perimeter, the perimeter is constantly growing, law enforcement putting all those available resources. And then ultimately, what means does this person have to stay on the run? It's the reach is far for the FBI, and I would say it will be a short period of time where this person is identified, located, and arrested.
All right, and we certainly always appreciate Scott Duffy. Last question before I let you go, putting this up on the screen for everyone at home. As we're talking about this manhunt, it often reminds me of the case of Luigi Mangione. Of course, we know that he shot Brian Thompson, who was the CEO of United Health, while there in the Big Apple. He was on the run for several days, and so that makes investigations complicated. But also in some of these conversations, we do know that later this evening, staying there in the Big Apple, that President Trump is expected to attend the New York Yankees game there in the city. And so when we're talking about this, Scott, how complicated is at a time like this when President Trump steps out into a major arena there? So many fans, thousands and thousands will be on hand for this game. What does the security preparation look like as a president attends an event like that?
This will be major. This will be probably to the level of an inauguration, et cetera. So you have just yesterday a high profile, not only a Republican, a conservative voice, philosophically, religiously, you have a well-respected individual that was gunned down. And then on the heel of that, you have the remembrance of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. So all these heightened security protocols are in place. And then to add to that, the President of the United States, who himself has been victim of 2 attempt assassinations in a year, that the Secret Service and local police, as well as everybody else that is probably on borrow to assist with the physical security, it will be well executed. And but unfortunately for those fans and those attending the game, there will be a considerable wait in order to ensure that each and every person inside that arena is safe and secure.
You're absolutely right, Scott, because it's not just about the commander-in-chief. It's about ensuring the safety of everyone as we're entering these times where political violence has become a lot more prominent. As always, we appreciate retired FBI agent Scott Duffy for being here with us, breaking down the very latest. Your expertise is always wanted.
Thank you, Christina.
All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do, though, at this time is just remind folks that this is really what we're focusing on in the next few hours. Charlie Kirk, this is from Matt Finn there at Fox News Channel, saying that the Charlie Kirk murder suspect is still on the loose at this hour. The Utah DPS, though, has told that information to Fox News. Ultimately, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are scheduled to head there to Utah, saying that they are on the ground as well. We'll see if they'll be a part of any future news conferences, as we do know that the one that was scheduled for earlier this afternoon has since been canceled. And so I want to show you this live vantage point once again there on campus at Utah Valley University, the site where the murder happened of Charlie Kirk. That investigation still ongoing at this time. The manhunt still an active situation. And so if you are just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox, earlier today, we did have that short update. It's about 11 minutes or so in length from those local officials. I want to play it out for you here in case you missed it.
if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock. All day yesterday, through the night last night, investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., this subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot. and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles. Charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her, say, the conflict of this thing, back exactly who they are. Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanor? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask, what are the security arrangements in place? Was that movement being monitored? It's a question many people will have.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. And we're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you found the gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods? And is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Bowles, that with the BBC. From the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in this time span?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our
But you have a
best.
clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
So,
Can you trace the gun's
now
owner?
that you've been able to recover, do you believe you know this person is the person that you're looking for?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now.
Any fingerprints or DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release.
Agent Bowles, there's been a lot of turnover in the FBI. Do you think that's impacting the investigation?
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
Are tweets like the one yesterday useful though, where we announced suspect is obviously?
All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So,
Those
thank
are all
you.
the questions for right now. Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you see there, we're just listening into that last official update that we got there from those in Orem, Utah. We were hearing there talking about the investigation and the ongoing manhunt that is currently underway in Charlie Kirk's death. And
from hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered, literally.
this person of interest, they are asking, the FBI does have a reward for $100,000, asking for tips if this leads to the arrest and conviction of this person of interest. But putting this up on your screen, they're not a suspect at this time. But again, this is the photo that the FBI has now put out, wanting folks at home to view and send in any tips directly if they believe they can identify them. And so as you see, the person is wearing a cap as well as sunglasses and a dark colored shirt that has what seems to be an American flag emblem on it, along with an eagle. They're also wearing pants. And as we heard there from some of those officials, they believe that in the aftermath of that shooting, this person was able to escape the rooftop area and then blend in with the college students there on the campus before eventually escaping. And so many details are going to continue to come out over the next few hours. We're expecting to get another update from those officials in just a little while, but the one that was scheduled initially for this afternoon, we were teasing ahead to it here on Live Now from Fox, is not happening. And this is now as that murder suspect is on the loose, but DPS has told Fox also that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the FBI director, Kash Patel, the deputy director, Bongino, are scheduled to arrive there in Utah as well. They may be there at the next press conference, giving an update there on the case. And so we wanted to make sure we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we're still learning more information and watching as this unfolds. I want to take you out to this live vantage point. This shot just now coming into our newsroom. This is a vantage point that we have there in Salt Lake City, as we're soon expecting to see Vice President J.D. Vance arrive alongside his wife there in the state. We do know that the vice president is expected to be on hand, meeting with the Kirk family, and ultimately, while aboard Air Force Two, transporting the body of Charlie Kirk and his family back to the Phoenix, Arizona area. That's where it is headquartered for Turning Point USA. And so we're watching here. This shot is a little shaky, some of the cameras that are there on the ground, but this is outside of the Salt Lake City airport. We're waiting to see if we get the vantage point of Air Force Two landing there in Utah. So if that happens, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take this opportunity, though, to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us.
Against it by Israel. The international order is premised on the rule of law.
It's been 26 hours now. So yeah, you can get a lot of places in 26 hours.
Yeah, that is so very true. And obviously a lot of questions of what we don't know at this point. And obviously you'll probably be at the press conference. What questions do you plan to ask?
Lots of questions just on the shooter. There are so many unknowns there. Where is he from? Have they had any leads with identifying him? Was there Was he flagged beforehand? Was he on any watch list? And if so, why was he able to go to the event?
Yeah, no, that is so very true. Eva Terry there with Deseret News. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Any other thoughts before I let you go?
Well, we're just so heartbroken here in Utah for Charlie Kirk's family, and our prayers are with him.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. Great reporting, as always.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great reporting there. Eva Terry, Deseret News, doing a great job as we are following this, the very latest there on the manhunt that continues in this region. And we did see the Air Force 2 touched down just a little bit ago, and this is just video we were seeing, as you can see there, on the tarmac. And we're expecting to hear from the FBI as well. Kash Patel, the director, Dan Bongino, in kind of just southwest of Salt Lake City. So we have not really seen the motorcade move through at this point, but that is going to be a lot of questions left up in the air for this. And again, they are on the ground there to pay their respects. And Charlie Kirk, so instrumental in the rise of J.D. Vance, his rise as well. And you can see there on social media, Charlie Kirk, just 31 years old. We are getting just different images as well. Utah Valley, you can see there the caution tape still very much up, very present, as you heard from Eva Terry saying that it's a ghost town on campus. Classes are canceled through the rest of the week, and the unease of some of these students, as during the earlier press conference they said it was a potentially college-age individual that they're looking into as a person of interest. Saying that they blended in potentially well. They did find the route. They looked through video, combing through what I can only imagine is a mountain of video to try to figure out the exact movement of this individual in and out of this location from a roof several hundred yards away from where Charlie Kirk was speaking yesterday at around 12:20 local time. We are getting this other picture in right now. As you can see there, the stairs being set. I believe this is on the tarmac at Salt Lake Airport in Utah, where J.D. Vance will soon walk down these stairs, and these plans to take the casket back to Arizona. So the search continues right now for that individual who they're calling a person of interest, as the shooter who assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk and then vanished off of a roof and into the woods remained at large more than 24 hours, now counting 25 to 26 hours. As federal investigators appealed for the public's help by releasing a pair of photos to the person believed responsible. Investigators obtained clues, including a palm print, a shoe impression, and a high-powered hunting rifle found in a wooded area along the path the shooter fled, but they had yet to name a suspect or a motive in the killing. They were treating it as the latest act of political violence. The governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, calling it a, quote, political assassination. Photos of a person in a hat, sunglasses, and a long-sleeved black shirt, as well as a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, suggested that law enforcement thought tips from the public might be needed to crack the case. Two people who were taken into custody shortly after Wednesday's shooting in Utah at the UVU campus were later released, forcing officials to chase new leads on a separate person of interest they pursued on Thursday. Of course, one clue was the caliber bolt-action rifle found in a towel in the woods. So obviously they're coming forward with some information, and the fact that we are hearing this, and obviously you take us back to yesterday where it was unsure of what was going on when we heard there was person of interest in custody. So everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now, obviously, putting some of that into question. A spent cartridge was also recovered from the chamber. 3 other rounds loaded in the magazine as the weapon and ammunition analyzed by law enforcement at a federal laboratory. The attack carried out in broad daylight as Kirk spoke about social issues from a university courtyard was captured in a video. You can see there Pam Bondi on the ground in this on this tarmac as well. So we're following it very closely. So here on Live Now from Fox, I'm not exactly sure. That might not be Air Force 2, so we're just thrown off a little bit by just some of those feeds that we get in. So keep All right, so we're just learning now that that is going to be Pam Bondi on the way. So this is actually not Air Force Two, this is Air Force One from D.C. to New York for the Yankees game here on 9/11. We do have a live picture right there from the ground. So it is all fluid. It is all moving puzzle that we are trying to put together on the fly. Sometimes those shots look very similar. So keeping an eye on all of this here on Live Now from Fox. Again, taking you back out, though, to Utah, UVU, a very distinct sign on the campus. The manhunt continues for what they're calling a political assassination of Charlie Kirk. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Flag there being flown at half staff. That's an order from the president yesterday as well, after this all news coming down of this tragedy, this horrific shooting on that campus. So we're going to continue to follow it closely here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to put up another statement coming in right now from Turning Point, saying that Charlie loved America, its people, its Constitution, its freedom, and the limitless good all of them have done for the world. But above all, Charlie lived every day with an overflowing love of the Christ he knew he would one day get to see. When asked, Charlie said that above all, he wished to be remembered for his faith far more than any political victory. Charlie wanted to...
Brett Clark for Toyota Richardson. We're loaded with new factory fresh 2026 Tundras. We've got zero
Thriving families who loved God and each other. At his final public speech just days before his murder, Charlie witnessed to Christ an audience of non-believers. Even in his very last moments, Charlie was professing the gospel. He ran his race well all the way to the end. Now he goes to his heavenly reward. Although Charlie's gone, his legacy will endure. He shall not grow old. Age shall not weary him. For all time, he will remain the brave young man who inspired tens of millions of Americans to be better themselves, take action to better America. All of us will miss Charlie. None of us will ever forget him. So that coming in there from Turning Point USA and his impact, his reach so far and wide there in the United States and beyond. Of course, just going to give you an update on some of these images that we are getting into our newsroom right now. But there on the tarmac, we did see Attorney General Pam Bondi getting on, I believe, Air Force One as she will travel alongside President Trump to New York City for the Yankees game against the Detroit Tigers. As this is the scene on the ground, you can see the emblem in the Jumbotron, as they also had a moment of silence yesterday at Yankee Stadium for Charlie Kirk. So we're following it all. We're keeping an eye on this. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.